All eyes is on me. Won't tell no lies, won't hold my tongue. Don't cry for me. I don't have no rapper friends, I hang with the vultures. Big ass toaster, hit your whip and flip it over. Big old nigga, he's a big old goofy, Rudy Goldberg. Jump off in that lane, you gon' get put on a poster. My Ferrari F8, Lamborghini Roadster. I turned 10 bricks into 12, then birds had a growth spurt. We gon' do some shopping later, I'ma need some dough first. I just got some head in a ghost, and a ghost her. Yeah, out of here. Your boyfriend a gopher. I seen him out with her, I pretend like I don't know her. I can't do no features with you, nigga, that's a no, sir. Hardest nigga on earth, I'm not really from earth. We don't dial 911, I let off that cone first. I put in my own work, better do your homework. I can hear that money calling, I pick up the first ring. What you gonna charge an old man for that pussy? Girl, don't hurt me. Gang leaders with me all times. I don't know who I fucked last night. I got Alzheimer's. I don't know who them hoes is. Man, they all lying. Brody, tell me who them hoes is. Man, they all fine. 100 hooligans and we with the foolishness. I'm anti-Semitic. I just fucked a Jewish bitch. I just fucked Scooter's bitch and we ran her like a lead. Bitch got pregnant in the threesome. So whose baby is it? Whose baby is it? My niggas putting belt to ass, pull up with the switches. This ain't Jimmy Butler, but the heat got extensions. This ain't Columbine, but we came in with the trenches.
I ain't for a neck, cause her boyfriend bought that necklace.
With the trenches, with the trenches.
Fuck it, I scratched another nigga, woman up off my checklist.
With the trenches.
I've been living reckless. I wish takeoff wasn't there that night in Houston, Texas.
With the trenches.
Wish I could bring Jacasso back, that was my best friend. Cause I need you to give me something big.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pregame of episode 130 of the SplashCast Monday Night Raw. I'm your co-host, Reggie.
I'm your co-host, Norwood. Let's kick it, my brother.
Man, we are back after a week of vacation, eating, traveling, family, friends, fun, better known as football and Thanksgiving. It was fun, man. How was your Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving was pretty cool. I got to eat good. Today is my last day of eating Thanksgiving food. I know that's probably against the rules in some of y'all household. I want y'all to know I don't care. It was good. And if the food is good, who am I to deny it?
Y'all
tripping. What about yourself?
We have technology that preserves the food. Y'all tripping if you think I'm going to abide by the rule of not eating my mama and grandmama cooking. Y'all out y'all mind. My Thanksgiving was fun, man. I was everywhere. Drove to Louisiana, saw grandma, had the baby meet her Louisiana family for the first time. Some of them. She got to meet the rest of them when we go back in the summer. Then we went to a baby shower in North Carolina after we came back home. So we were everywhere. So we had a good time.
I saw that and I was like, ooh.
Yeah, yes. I'm tired. I bid everybody adieu. I said, I'll see y'all in 2024. All of y'all, all over the country. Y'all got to see us.
Y'all come by the house if you want to, but that's as far as I'll be going. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, man. But it was fun, man. Good food, good football. So, yeah, I know we're going to have a short pregame. It's only going to be, I guess, 2 topics.
And I mean, going forward, these things are going to shrink. There are less and less games. Yeah. There are a lot less games to play now. Now the games mean a lot more now, but yeah, it's just a lot less on the docket now, and that opens it up for basketball season, which I'm watching dominating, and the Blazers play against the Pacers. I guess that's the best game that I can find on basketball.
But, you know, when it comes to the pregame, we like to talk about violence, funny stuff, and uplifting stories. We actually, with our 2 topics, the first one covers both violence and funny stuff. So I don't like that they blame this.
Depending on who you are.
I don't like that they blame this on Draymond. I thought this was like his son or something. But it is funny that this little boy during flag football, I guess in a tropical climate, I believe this was out west, was getting picked on the whole game. And when I say picked on the whole game, he was getting picked on during the Thanksgiving flag football game all game long. And he got frustrated and he pulled a Draymond. If you see it right here, got him in the headlock. He gets mad, tackles him, and suplex. It puts him in the headlock and does not let him go.
Wrecking him too. Like, you know what? Hey, I'm sick of you. I'ma fix you, and we finna end this. Y'all can play whatever game you want. Me and him, I'm over here standing on business.
So here's the thing. I've looked at this from two sides. If my son, future son, hopefully my future son gets picked on, this is how I would want him to handle this. Hey, bro. Hey, reckoning is coming. On the other side, though, if my son just gets body slammed and put in a headlock by a bigger kid, 'cause he's bigger than this kid, I don't know how I would react. I've been to sporting events, youth sporting events, where the parents done got to tussling because you can't hit the kid. Next person to hit is either the coach or the parent. If this was your niece or if this was your nephew, what would you do?
I got to have more context because
this is what you see. You pull up and this is what you see.
If I pull up, then if my kid is the kid getting wrecked, I gotta split them first. But you also gotta know your kid to a certain degree. Like, if your kid is like me, we might have got to talking, and I might have said something that dude probably didn't want to hear. Well, then you can't really put your hands on that kid for, hey, I'm sick of him. Well, also you can't bully the kid. I mean, hopefully your nephew get up, he be straight, and then you know, hey man, you got whooped, but it ain't the end of the world. And when you see him, get him next time. I don't care.
First off, this little kid in the yellow, obviously, he has to have older brothers, a rough and tumble sister, a young uncle, a first cousin around the same age. Because this ain't a move. Well, this ain't a move that a 5-year-old learned. You don't just do this out of it. That's not innate. Somebody done taught you that little head.
That's honestly like a big brother move. Like, he ain't punching him or nothing. He's just kind of like, all right, you done type of thing. So
I'll tell you right now, little Reggie would have got up and kicked him in the face. I used to fight all the way to about 5th grade. There was no talking. You messed me up. I used to fight. Now, once you get to 5th, 6th grade, you start learning that more than one people can fight you. More than one person can fight you at one time. You start to learn how to use your words a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, but, I mean, it's such a tough situation.
Not for me.
But yeah, I mean, also I want to see how he, like, as long as he get up and he ain't crying, and I mean, if he mad, you want to get him. Hey, the game's still going.
That's tough, man. It's tough, man. It's tough. But hey, man, this stuff that you learn. I'd rather him be doing that than out there getting in trouble. So this is it. Also, y'all know during the pregame and during Monday Night Raw, we watched Monday Night Football. This game is awful. Every time I cape for Justin Fields, he looks bad. Dobbs don't look better now, but it's 3-0 going into the 10th minute of the second quarter.
The Wizards whooping the Pistons, so this ain't really appealing either. So it's nothing to watch.
So in a classy move up in Indianapolis, Shaq Leonard, who was the face of the franchise on defense for a long time, and really the face of HBCU sports, alumni in this generation, graduated from South Carolina State, was recently cut from the Colts, released. He got replaced. I would say replaced, but I mean, he's in his 30s, and they got a couple young studs at linebacker in Indianapolis. Well, every year, Shaq does a turkey giveaway in Indianapolis, and he volunteers to give turkeys away to the needy for those that can't afford to spend Thanksgiving like they want to. And the day he was cut, he was still out there giving turkeys. And there were a few comments that said, "Oh man, don't do it for the cameras." And I'll let you go first because I got to get my thoughts together. I'm really proud of Shaq Leonard for still doing this and keeping the main thing, and understanding the bigger picture. But I'll address some of the haters a little later.
Yeah, for me, there are a few different things. For him to be cut the way that he was, I don't know if that was the classiest move. I think they probably did it to avoid paying. I think to get out of paying something. I do think that he's a guy who'll get another opportunity as long as he's healthy next season. The Colts have a running history of doing this every year, something that just is nonsensical. Go back to cutting Matt Ryan and the offensive coordinator as they're trying to win the AFC South, the entire Jonathan Taylor fiasco debacle, and then now this. Kudos to Shaq Leonard, my fraternity brother, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. He's a member of the Psi chapter at South Carolina State. This is not something you had to do. Honestly, I know a million people who would have probably just packed it up and went home. But thank you for showing the utmost amount of character to our organization, to Black people in general. If you said you're going to do something at the end of the day, still do it. That is of the utmost respect from me. And if you got a problem with it, then you should go find somebody to get some turkeys to. How about that?
Well, folks were saying like, "Hey, don't do it for the cameras." I hate that because
it's a community service event. There were cameras going to be there every year. That's how you increase the visibility of social media. I mean, of community service. Like how else would people go know?
That you took the words right out of my mouth. I was literally about to make that point. But yeah, so I guess that's that on what I had to say on that. But shout out to Shaq Leonard and shout out to him still being a classy individual dealing with this Colts organization. And one thing about the Colts, they constantly, like you said, they constantly do these things where, I mean, we talk about Jim Irsay all the time. We make our jokes, but man, he is a bad human being at times. The way they run that organization ever since Peyton Manning left, and to me, it seems like Peyton Manning and Tony Dungy were holding it together.
What do you mean? Do you see Peyton? One thing. Tell me if you see a lot of Peyton.
Nobody goes back. Nobody goes back to Indianapolis. Nobody. Peyton, Reggie. I think Reggie Wayne and Edgerrin James went back for Ring of Honor guys, but Tony Dungy don't go back. Nothing.
You would think that Peyton Manning played his entire career in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing now is Peyton Manning and the Colts, which is tragic in its own right, but I don't support that dude at all.
Yeah, man, it is what it is. But shout out to Shaq Leonard. Shout out to little man body slamming his brother. I mean, well, his friend, like he was his little brother. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen,
you gotta hope that they are brothers after that.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the pregame. We're going to take 30 seconds, and we're coming back with episode 130 of the SplashCast Monday Night Raw. Got HBCU news around the culture. Football, a lot of football news, man. It's getting down to the important games. Separating the wheat from the chaff. As well as...
feels good to be number one. Smell that? The top of the air to the top of the mountain.
Followed by basketball as we still kick off the in-season tournament and the beginning of the season. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Our coach is still a clown.
Who?
Arthur Smith.
Oh, yeah. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I got no stress cause I'm smoking on the best in the world. Can't tell me where your girl at. That's a real flex, homie, that's a real flex. And you know that, you already know that. Light it up and roll that, I'ma roll that. I got money, I'ma show that, I'ma show that. Light it up and roll that, I'ma roll that. I got money, I'ma show that, I'ma show that. Last time I came, ran up a check and double back. Last time I checked, I was the nigga with the pack. Last time I checked, I was the nigga with the raps. Last time I checked, these was Celine with the straps. Made it out the mud, my niggas made it out the cracks. Jewelry hella sick, these brand new rigs help me relax. Eating all these years, these niggas looking like they fasting. Chrome hard accessories, they 50 with the tax. Brand new F8, drop the top and lift it back. I smoke my own weed, my bitch rock specific bags. Want my downfall, fail they mission and get mad. Wide leg jeans feeling different when they drag. I got no stress cause I'm smoking on the best in the world. Can't tell me where your girl at. That's a real flex, homie, that's a real flex. And you know that, you already know that. Light it up and roll time I checked, I was the nigga with the trees. Last time I checked, my chain below 0 degrees. Last time I checked, I got these bitches on their knees. Last time I checked, I kick them out cause I don't need them. Getting high as fuck, somewhere on the ceiling. Buy my bitch Balenciaga cause I'm feeling it. Niggas always say Khalifa, man, a real one. It ain't even drop, get it off the site, they sending it. I got big weed energy. Boy, that's runway Celine, I'ma still get it free. Come and kick it with the winning team. 0.5 selfies on my iPhone 15. I got no stress cause I'm smoking on the best in the world. Can't tell me where your girl at. That's a real flex, homie, that's a real flex. And you know that, you already know that. Light it up and roll that, I'ma roll that.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 130 of the SplashCast, Monday Night Raw. I'm your co-host Reggie. Well, it froze. I was like, oh no.
I'm your co-host Norwood. Our powers combined. We are your HBCU homeboys, and clearly we have jokes and laughter. Happy to have y'all back after a holiday. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. I'm happy to be back, guys. You know, it was a little void in my week when we didn't do Saturday morning live. Right. We should have done Thursday morning, Thanksgiving morning. Everybody was home and we had all those games to pick.
No, we were not. Some of us was driving because I was not driving Wednesday after work.
That is your choice. But with that being said, we're gonna talk about our HBCU news around the culture. What I do? What I say? It was a fun weekend for HBCU football for most. Really disappointed for one of our teams that we've been following all year, really for 2 years. Now that I think about it, but let's start out with Thanksgiving. So it was Thanksgiving. A few things going on in Thanksgiving, including the Thanksgiving Day Parade. There were a few schools that were represented. None more than Alabama A&M and Hampton University. So the director of bands for Hampton University, Dr. Thomas L. Jones, and assistant band directors, Mr. Clifford Cox and Mr. Alexander Hamilton, all marched in the 2023 Macy's Day Parade representing Hampton U for the second time in the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade ever. Shout out to them. They actually played the instruments. So they were in a special band that played the instruments, trumpet, French horn, and I guess it's the bass drum. So congrats to Hampton on being represented very, very well. I definitely tuned in and they sounded good. Good alumni.
Well, shout out to Thomas Jones, alumni band. Band leader extraordinaire. Congratulations on killing another one. We looking forward to next season now.
Oh, Kev, what's good, brother? Yeah, man, it was dope, man. I love when Black high schools, Black colleges, Black HBCUs are recognized, and the fact that they got the band directors in there as well, that's pretty dope. Another school that was represented was Alabama A&M. Their band actually led off, so they were the first act that you saw for the Macy's Day Parade. So they led off as well, and they played. They represented themselves very well in the Macy's Day Parade as well. In other Alabama A&M news, Quincy Casey, who was the starting quarterback for Alabama A&M's, entering the transfer portal as a grad transfer. Why is this news, you say? There's a lot of kids and I shouldn't say kids, a lot of grown folks or young adults that enter the transfer portal. Well, if you remember last week, we reported on a 6'8" quarterback out of Tucker, Georgia, that committed to Alabama A&M, and I said, dang, he's kind of tall, and he was a 3-star. He was recruited by Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Alabama A&M, he was recruited by a lot of people, and he decided to go to Alabama A&M. I was like, and I said to you, Norwood, I was like, I think they probably promised him a chance to start. And then this happened literally the next week. I was like, oh, got hit right on up out of there.
Hey, big dog, this is my job now. And that's where we are in life right now. So that's a part of the game. That's one of the things that comes with, recruiting and the transfer portal and all. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what it looks like next year. But he still he still has time to play football, and I am happy about that. Hope he finds a new home, and I'm sure he will because teams need quarterbacks. We talk about it every week.
Yeah, I mean, he threw for 1,500 yards, 11 touchdowns. He's a dual threat. He's 6'2", 200. So I mean, he's got the build, and you know that you can play multiple. But they are killing Justin Fields. Is you can play multiple positions.
It's fine. He'll be a Falcon next year.
But how you know what made me what I thought about? There's a story of Clinton Portis talking about when he saw what's the safety that passed away for Miami? Sean
Taylor.
Sean Taylor, what you don't know, actually was a better running back than he was safety. But he wanted to play safety because he liked hitting versus getting hit. And when he was being recruited, Clinton Portis saw the tape and saw Sean Taylor and was like, oh, y'all bring him in to take my spot. That is exactly what happened here with Quincy Casey. Except for when you saw that guy if you 6'2", and I'm 6'2", 6'2 and a half. 6'2" and 6'8".
Oh, that
difference. It's a difference.
He's Roethlisberger. He's very Roethlisberger-esque.
When 6'8" walk in the room into the locker room, you know, you like, whoa. All right, brother.
They know.
They say, hey, what position he coming to play, coach? Tight end? DN? Nah, quarterback. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm going, hey, coach, this not the place for me. I know it's not the place for me. Quincy, we hope you land on your feet. We know that you'll be out there. You play really well. It's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks. So you'll play well. Another team that needs a quarterback or doesn't need one. Alabama State has been one of the surprises of the SWAC East. So they were 2 games behind FAM, 1 game behind Jackson State in the SWAC, and they were predicted to finish next to last. They beat Tuskegee in the annual game 41-3. And if you think that normally this is supposed to happen, it doesn't. Tuskegee normally will win this game and has blown out Alabama State multiple times.
Them.
So for Alabama State to come back here and win and end their season on a 41-3.
8 points.
Somebody said Tuskegee must have just threw the ball and ran off the field afterwards.
Yo, don't disrespect me like that. We're not doing that. We play a whole game. We play to the best of our abilities, and sometimes teams play hard. That's it.
Yeah. But Alabama State, man, is one thing that I've noticed about this team is they have hit the transfer portal hard. Their starting quarterback transfer from Auburn. There's I think one of their best DBs came from Division I as well. And they're doing what we always say that these HBCUs need to do, and they need to tackle the discrepancy in talent through the transfer portal.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. So shout out to them, man. This was the kickoff of a great Thanksgiving Day weekend for the state of Alabama, Alabama A&M, Alabama State as well.
Wait. It was not a Thanksgiving kickoff for Tuskegee. They in Alabama too. Might want to leave Alabama, but for sure where they are. Now they might be looking for an exit. But at this very moment, yeah, we there.
Yeah. And then of course, the big game normally on Thanksgiving in the SWAC at least. Southern University defeated Grambling State 27-22 on a goal line stand with 1 minute left. The 50th annual Bayou Classic was a sellout. This did not have any SEC West implications as it normally does. Normally the winner of this game is put into a position to go to the SWAC championship, but it was still a rivalry nonetheless. Southern University's coach was relieved of his duties before the game, which is almost unprecedented. The Southern will fire you after a year or two, but they won't fire you during the season. They don't normally do that.
They must have been sick of him.
Well, he didn't take accountability for losing. He blamed it on everybody else. Yeah. Can't do that, brother.
I guess that is also a portion of it. Hey, we're gonna send a message. Like, there are certain things that we're gonna allow, and certain things that we're not. If this is your team, this is your responsibility. At the end of the day, you're the head coach. It falls on you. you're not setting. You're not even uplifting what we want in a program at this point. And if that's what if he's not representing what you're looking for in a program, then y'all need to go separate ways. It's fair.
And it looks
allowed.
bad when the team puts up 27 points and with you, and they change quarterbacks when they've been asking you to change quarterbacks for, I want to say for 2 years at this point.
These are tough though, because these teams be motivated. Oh, well, we're going out here and we'll, either, we'll win it for him or we'll prove that we didn't need him type of things. Just may give you a false sense of hope. Now, I'm not saying that, but I just know how these games can be emotion driven. Then you throw us the 50th Bayou Classic. So I'm sure you had people who played in the first Bayou Classic there at halftime and all of that.
It was a big weekend, man. It was a big weekend.
And it can become, I mean, it is a lot, but it can become a lot more than that.
Yeah. So Southern used a 21-point second quarter and ended up going 21-7 at halftime and held on. Defense played really, really well to win this game. The Bayou Classic, for years, I've been going since I was 11 years old. I used to go every year until I got married, and then, we got to go visit both sides of the family. But
so you didn't go. Your dad went, right?
My dad be like, "Hey, sorry for you. I am there, standing."
I saw the outfit, the whole outfit. I was like, "Okay, Bob Davis for the cut up down there."
Standing invitation. That man he get his tickets. He'll be getting his tickets next month for the Bayou Classic. So he go every
Let me
year.
get mine first before y'all get to get in there and take up my section now.
Yep, same tickets, same seats every year.
Yeah.
But COVID really hit the Bayou Classic hard. That was, I think it went to Houston, and although Houston is a wonderful city, it just wasn't the same. It's like having Prairie View, Texas Southern in New Orleans. You don't have that. You got to have the in-state rivalry.
Certain
in the state.
things belong certain places.
Yeah, and so the Bayou Classic has been back recently, but they finally had the final attendance numbers was a sellout, 64,000 for this. I believe the stadium holds 70 when you bring in extra seats. So they didn't bring in extra seats, but they still had 64,000. It was a sellout. Crazy weekend. I think they had an impromptu concert. I think Drake ended up showing up. They had Fantasia at halftime. The Battle of the Bands was great.
Yeah, that made its way around the internet real quick. Fantasia.
Yeah, so it was awesome, man. Battle of the Bands. Southern won that too. So it was a great weekend for the state of Louisiana. I'm interested.
65,000 is a good number, man. That number one, I'm happy that there's so many people who were able to come together. No real incidents. And 65,000 people for the Bayou Classic is a slap.
Yeah, man. And it's rocking down there, dog. Like I'll be there next year. I can tell you that I will be there next year. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. So now let's go to the teams that we love. We got some bad news for a couple teams that we love. Oh, before we move on, Southern will not hire the interim coach that won the Bayou Classic. He actually won the Bayou Classic as Gramblin's interim coach 2 years ago. Only coach in history to win the Bayou Classic for both Southern and Grambling.
That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, man. So, but two teams that we follow very, very closely in HBCU sports is Benedict College and North Carolina Central University. Of course, Benedict has won 23 regular season games in a row. And Chennis Berry, who is their head coach, is the hottest name in black college football to move on up from Benedict. But they made it to the playoffs, and they lost to, what was the name of this school? I can't pronounce it.
Lenoir-Rhyne.
I was going to say Lenoir. Lenoir-Rhyne. They lost 35-25. And what was the upset? As Benedict had to bye, but, when it comes to the playoffs, all you got to do is get hot.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, and once you get hot, it's tough. It's tough. So shout out to Benedict. Shout out to Chennis Berry for having a great year.
Yeah, I mean, and This offseason is going to be very interesting. He is, like you said, he is the hottest name as far as HBCU football is considered. There are so many moving pieces right now and opportunities available to him. The world is really his oyster. It
Which you
should
don't
be
really
very
see in
interesting how
HBCUs.
you said what?
You don't really see that a lot in HBCU sports where a
Yeah.
current coach can do any like you said, the world is his oyster. I was agreeing.
Yeah. I'm excited to see where he goes. It should be very interesting. Him and his program sit down and strategically make a plan to possibly, we can't confirm that he's leaving Benedict yet until things start happening. And I mean, nothing. It's tough when you're not losing games to want to go somewhere and try to win games. You're like, well, I got this now. But I mean, it's just kind of it's the natural expectation. If you win, they expect you to move up. And we've seen in some cases that might not even be the right answer. So yeah, just take your time, make the decision that you think is right for you. If you think the job is available and open that you want, then move. If not, hey, keep kicking ass. We never gonna tell you to stop kicking ass.
That's a good point you make. He ain't ever really say I'm leaving Benedict. And he's never said I'm looking for another job. He's just been winning so much and he has so much experience coaching in the SWAC that he seems like the natural choice. But Benedict, now the money, of course, the more you move up, the budget gets bigger. So he may, if he gets paid more money, have
but
more.
You got to meet with them
opportunities.
people. Hey, are y'all gonna play ball with me? And this is what my requirement is. Are y'all interested in that? And he gets to negotiate from a place of power, which is exciting. I like to see that.
It's very interesting that, and we don't really see this in black college football. We see it in the SEC, we see it in all of that stuff because there's so many moving parts. But in HBCU sports, it's very rare that you have so many job openings at one time. We normally keep a coach. HBCUs, if they find a good coach, they're gonna keep him, and he's gonna stay there. So this is an interesting dynamic that he has to go through. You got South Carolina State that's right down the road in Orangeburg, Buddy Pugh. You have Southern, of course, who's always been on the national spotlight. It's a little birdie that's telling us that Grambling, Hugh Jackson, I mean, you can't lose. It's like losing to Florida State or losing to Georgia Tech. You can't lose 2-3 times in a row and be.
Y'all also better be real with yourself and be like, hey, can we go? You just keep breaking up with girlfriends and you don't keep getting nothing better.
Being real with ourselves and our administration and sports expectations in the SWAC is never in the same boat. Everybody always feel that they should be number one in the SWAC, and that won't happen. You have more coaching turnover in the SWAC than you have anywhere else. So it's gonna be interesting. But like I said, I hope he ends up at Southern. But Grambling's calling, maybe
sure
calling. Southern's calling. South Carolina State is calling. Come on now,
Hampton, I think we're gonna rock another year with I can't think of his name right now, but we played just good enough. And if we had the 30 players that we were supposed to have, they're gonna probably say we'll rock with him for one more season.
Yeah, and we got some news about that. They really gonna rock with it because they may have a better chance next year. But moving on to North Carolina Central, man, another team that we followed all year. They were upset by Morgan. One of the teams, they were 10-1. They were ranked as high as number 5 in the nation in Division I AA. But they ended up losing to Richmond 49-27. They really kind of just couldn't run the ball. Richmond decided that they were going to allow North Carolina Central to throw the ball. Central threw the ball for 262 yards and four touchdowns, but they could not run the ball at all. And Richmond had 200. They were balanced, 500 yards total offense, 300 passing, 200 rushing. So even though Central started off strong, now they had that 91-yard touchdown throw, and they were playing pretty well. And then Richmond, who has been on a roll, they've won 5 straight coming into this game, got on a roll, and they ended up defeating Central in Richmond, which is crazy that they had to play in Richmond, even though North Carolina Central was ranked.
That's tough, man. I wanted to see them win this game really bad. I've been rooting for them all season. But once again, at the end of the day, you can't say they didn't have a successful season, just not as successful as they would have liked it to be. Shit, it's gonna be interesting with him too. He's had to run a couple productive seasons. I mean,
he's
at
at
what
Central,
point
but he's in the MEAC. I mean, where there's aside from money, there's really nowhere else for him to go in black college football. To me, once you make it to the MEAC or SWAC, unless you're gonna go to Southern, unless you're gonna go somewhere and they pay you an enormous, unless it's money.
I mean, we also have to be realistic that while we love HBCU football, there's more money to be made.
And it's more opportunities to be had. I do agree. Now, he could Chennis Berry too now. They can move on up to Division I. I mean, FCS, you can move up in FCS. You can move up into FBS if you need to. Look at James Madison. You could take some of these teams and be an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and move your way up.
Position, but you gotta think, if you go over there and you're a position coach, you're gonna get paid roughly about what you're gonna get paid as the head coach. And I thought about this a lot today. Of you have a lot less responsibility on you when you go somewhere else for the same amount of money. I coach this position versus I coach this team. Now, the difference is you have a lot less control when you go somewhere else, but you have a lot less responsibility. Now, also depends on where your family is, what you're trying to do. Is your thing to be an HBCU football college legend, or am I trying to be like a college head coach, NFL head coach? You know, I like that they have the flexibility to do whatever they, you know, in both cases, they started these programs off. I mean, you can't really ask much more from them. You know, whatever they want to do, whatever they want to do, they deserve to have the opportunity to pursue it. That's how I feel about it.
I agree. I'm gonna issue this challenge because we shot at him a lot when he did this at Mississippi Valley State. If Dion is having problems with his defense, I mean, hell, his offense. I mean, the skill, they can't run the ball. Look at some of these black coaches. The ones that are ready to move up, don't take the first-year coach that's trying to rebuild the program like you did at Mississippi Valley. But look at some of these coaches that are ready to move up and maybe give them an opportunity, or talk to somebody that can give them an opportunity. You got, that's something that we can see. I would like that. I would like that.
I get that. I think had he won a couple more games, he could do a little bit more reaching back, pause if needed. But I think that at this point, this very moment, his focus is who can I get, and not even necessarily the best coach. I think he's going to be looking for names. And we'll talk about it here in a little bit, but he's run into a little rough string of things in Colorado, so
yeah, it'll be all right. To round off some of this HBCU news, man, this is a long thing right here. We're gonna talk about. Pause.
But it's interesting, boy, for
Morehouse.
Sure.
It's always ugly when you fire a coach a year after hiring them at any level. We're gonna talk about it at the NFL. We're gonna talk about it in college. We're talking about it at black colleges. When you fire a coach 1 year after hiring them, and they didn't do bad, they had showed improvement. If you don't make a splash hiring,
they beat Clark. And you saw how they was acting when they beat Clark.
If you don't make a splash hiring, it's ugly. And at Morehouse, Coach Gerard Wilcher was hired 8 months ago. And he is a graduate of Morehouse. So, he was there for the long haul. He was there to build the program up. And he was let go. He was fired. And he released a long statement saying basically that statistically we improved in every category. We're the only school that in NCAA football, I'm going to say that again. He's the only school in NCAA football, 1, 2, or 3, that only had 2 home games. And they don't even have a strength and
That's
conditioning
crazy.
program. No strength and conditioning program because they said they didn't have the budget at Morehouse. Morehouse don't have the budget. 2 home games, and he said he was hired after recruiting season and had no recruiting budget. And still, with all the lack of resources that he's had, he still was able to win the Big Cat Trophy over Clark and bring it back home 35-21.
And that was a massive win for them. We reported that here on the podcast. That we know what this really means. Being an alumni itself comes with its own next level of responsibility because, hey, you used to play here. You know what this program, means. You know what this school means. You know what this means, so you take it a little bit more seriously. Also, typically the problems and issues that come from your school because you graduated there, and while they've changed, for the most part, you're very familiar with what's going on in the program. This is a situation that, I think this looks worse than, Bethune-Cookman and Ed Reed because, number one, he's an alumni association. He's an alumni there. Second of all, the things he's saying are, like, unforgivable. How we only have 2 home games? How do we not have a weight training program? And when we talk about, HBCUs that get money, and I'm talking about like donations, large sum donations, it's who? Howard, Spelman, Morehouse, us. That's, Fisk, Xavier, those type, like, and FAMU and A&T. But you're always in the conversation of people who get money. So for you to not have a strength and conditioning program at all is unacceptable.
That's damning.
We only have 2 home games.
No recruiting budget. Like, the expectations don't seem to match the effort. Like, you are a coach, and if again, we're getting one side of the story, right? We can't kill Ed Reed for telling. Yeah, we can't kill Ed Reed for telling his story and giving Bethune-Cookman a chance to rebut, and then kill Morehouse without giving them a chance to rebut. But if this is true,
ready to get to it. Well, y'all need answers.
With this money, you don't have a strength and conditioning coach, a strength and conditioning program. I don't know how you convince the fact that he convinced them to play football is a feat in itself.
This sounds like St. Aug when you go, but we just have advanced run-throughs.
This sound like
what?
This sound like what happened at Grambling when they protested. They talked about mold in the weight room and all of that stuff. Y'all met Morehouse. Y'all often make the right move. This looks like it may have been the wrong move, and I don't know who would take that job.
That's it. Like, that's always my answer is you fired that dude, and it's probably that's past. There's not anything you can do to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not applying for this job. You want me to take this job, and these kids can't get no stronger. They can't get no faster. I can't go get no new kids. And then every game we play is an away game?
Yeah. How do you have the budget to travel to 10 away games, but not the budget for a strength and conditioning coach?
Who do you want to take this job? Because I live in Texas and you live in Georgia. The high school coaches have these luxuries and get paid handsomely.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You're not you're basically asking and let's be real, it's Morehouse, man. That school has an immense reputation that covers the world. And it's going to come with a high level of responsibility. You basically asking for a volunteer.
The alumni. This is the point you made.
Coach again next year.
What? They're going to have interim. They're going to have an interim coach for a minute. But
intramurals.
That too. This is what it is. Hell, they ain't got no strength and conditioning. But you made a good point about the high schools. High schools have all of this because they have the support of the community. Morehouse, the alumni. Y'all failed the football team. Y'all failed the athletic department. There's no way that unless they just kept it a secret, there's no way if you're invested in anything Morehouse that you don't, as an alumni federation, at least don't bring it up. Hey, we ain't got no weights. We ain't got no recruiting budget.
At first, I was gonna say maybe they didn't know, but I mean, we all have some level of contact, and I don't have a beat of everything that happens on Hampton's football team, but I know that I would know if I would know certain things. I can still make a couple calls and be like, hey, what we got going on over there. Even when we had the whole situation with the eligibility issue, I could get my calls answered. Like I didn't get all the answers that I would have liked, but at the end of the situation, I had a decent grasp of what was going on from a few different people. So yeah, somebody over there know, hey man, we should be lifting weights.
Somebody got to know something. And
I'll do the schedule came out, and it's an alumni association. So, hey, we trying, it's like everything. All right, well, what games we going to? What games do we need? Do we need like a tailgate at the school for? And if you saying we only got 2 home games, what you mean? We got 2 tailgates for the year?
So
what?
As an alumni, and I've been to Morehouse, Spellhouse homecoming. I've been to all of that. Remember, Spellman is their cheerleaders. So, I mean, you have enough resources to throw. They throw a hell of a homecoming. They block off the streets. They pay for all of that stuff.
We've been there. Awesome. We've been there.
It's on my Instagram. I'm in there many times. But you don't have enough for the weight training program and all that stuff, and that's why I say I charge the alumni. Any HBCU, I charge Hampton too if something was like that. If you're gonna go home for 3-4 days and party, you need to at least have some type of meeting during homecoming and say, this is what we need. This is where we are. We don't have this, and this. When y'all are here to put out a better product, that should be organized. There's no way that you could just sit and not have a weight training or recruiting budget. You can't do that as a school. That's impossible.
And if I remember correctly, the Clark game was at Morehouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means what you had that game and you had homecoming? Those are your 2 games?
Yes. That's your whole
That's
budget right there. I see why you ain't recruiting. You got to pay for travel.
The other part about this is you got a guy who has a ton of money not that far away from you, Arthur Blank. This is an opportunity.
Good point.
Good point. There's no way that Morehouse and the Atlanta Falcons can't work out something. They don't need a lot, but
if every sponsor of the Falcons gave Morehouse 1%, that would go I ain't gonna say that. Let's say the top sponsor for the Falcons gives $1 million a year. If you gave Morehouse $10,000, not $100,000, you just gave them $10,000, that would go a long way. We talked about Mississippi Valley State.
Pay for your trainer that way.
Their whole athletic budget was $1 million for Mississippi Valley State, and they got weights. I mean, they was practicing on tennis courts, but they got weights.
This is where I get a little frustrated because Georgia State got that Brave Stadium, right? And that's where they play now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a way where Morehouse get a little bit of that, like on y'all off day, or I mean, because it was a gift. Now,
Morehouse is like, go ahead.
It's a gift that the city paid for.
The taxpayers pay for.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a way. Now, if maybe you have to play your games on Friday now, sure. Or maybe you have to play Sundays, or maybe you don't even play all of your games there. Maybe, but there are too many football stadiums in Atlanta for them not to have to not be playing home games. Now,
yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all.
Your home games may not be at the AUC.
Wait, hold on. You know Morehouse has a stadium. You know that, right? They got their own stadium. They have a stadium.
I thought about that.
Get off right there. Get right there off Lowry, make a left, and you go right, and it's right on the right. Can't miss it. So
I don't know. There's not enough answers But
got to be more
Morehouse,
questions. There's got to be more questions.
you need to. His facts seem to be pretty clear. You need to get some Windex and clarify. Otherwise, it looks like you.
It looks bad, and it can't be that.
And
can't be that.
If it ain't you, then you better speak up, because otherwise we're gonna assume.
Yeah.
Phew.
Let's end it with something uplifting, man. So Coppin State, we've been talking about these HBCUs. It's the beginning of basketball season, and these HBCUs are upsetting these teams. We talked about Southern, talked about Jackson State. Now in women's basketball, there's more of a gap between talent than it is in men's basketball. When Southern upset New Mexico, it was like, yay, but you ain't really worried about New Mexico. Women's basketball, Norfolk State just played South Carolina. We saw what happened. But what I'm saying is, for Coppin State to upset Pittsburgh at Pittsburgh and get their first Power 5 win was huge. We're going to give them a round of applause for that. Congrats to them, man. And to upset Pittsburgh was huge. So congrats, man.
Congrats on the Power 5 win. Congrats on beating a good team. Much more success in the future. Yeah. Anytime that we have these W's, we're going to celebrate them collectively. We're going to bring them to you. And the only thing that we ask is what, Reggie? They like, follow, subscribe, tell other people about the podcast, because that's what we're here to do.
And donate. We always say donate to the school. Donate to Morehouse. I don't know the day it was, the year it was founded, nor do I do Coppin State, but we got Google. Go look it up.
Yeah.
Google it and donate $18 and something cents to that school.
That's what it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's gonna be 18 something.
Or send them $50, man. Damn, 50. Hey,
something
too, because
but if you do that, and if you just you spend $20, I had to look at myself and say, I spend $20 on BS every month. I could just take that and send it to Southern, send 10 to Hampton, send 10 here to Virginia State, North Carolina, all the teams, South Carolina State. You can take $100 and split it up for just 10 HBCUs or $200, whatever you want to do and can spare. But we've got to give back, because these teams are outperforming the PWI schools too much on the hardwood, and then on the field, we can't have teams without the resources to prosper. You can't do it. So shout out to Coppin State, man. We're happy for y'all. Happy. Final thoughts?
Yeah, we just thrilled about it. The HBCU football, I guess, for all intents and purposes, we down to one left.
HBCU? Yeah, well, FAMU plays Prairie View in the Celebration Bowl, and we gonna pick that game on Saturday Morning Live this Saturday. But I already tell y'all right now, I'm picking FAMU. I don't see by a lot. I don't see Prairie View winning this at all. But again, it was a great season for the MEAC, great season for the SWAC. Man. You got the Bayou Classic was awesome. The Alabama Classic was awesome. You had 2 teams in the postseason this year, same as you did last year for the MEAC with Central and FAMU. I think it was Central and FAMU last year, and they just flip-flop. I think FAMU made it to the playoffs, and Central made it to 3 years. That was 2 years ago. Made it to the Celebration Bowl. So shout out to HBCUs, man. I think this was a successful season. I believe it was. I think we can build on it.
A good season across the board for most teams. There are a few teams like South Carolina State Story Program will be looking for a new head coach as Buddy Pugh moves on. Southern will be looking for a new head coach. TSU will be looking for a new head coach. Prairie View will be looking to, take it to the next level. Benedict is going to be an interesting storyline that we will follow over the next, few months. And even Hampton had a solid season. In the CAA, we weren't the worst team in the CAA. We looked like a team that belonged there. For us, that gives another year of visibility. Hopefully we can recruit a little bit better, get deeper into the transfer portal and build on that program too. So overall, man, it's sad that it's coming to an end, but it's been a fantastic HBCU football season, my friend. And this is our second season.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm telling y'all, we gonna make it out to the games. Listen, we going. We gonna plan it out. We gonna make it to something. Hampton Homecoming, Bayou Classic. something. We're gonna make it to a game on site, man. We can't help, man. We can't wait. We can't wait. But ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the HBCU news around the culture. We just closed out HBCU football season. Postseason is over with. We got one more game left, Celebration Bowl, and then we'll close out HBCU football season. It's basketball season now. A lot of upsets. With that being said, man, y'all stay tuned. We got our football segment. It is down to the crunch time. We got NCAA football to talk about. We have college football, pro football to talk about. Great games over Thanksgiving weekend. Great games, rivalry weekend, big rivalry. College football playoffs implications. We're gonna discuss who we think's gonna make it, and kind of preview championship weekend coming up. It's set. Y'all stay tuned. Get y'all beverage. It's Monday. I know y'all been, might have to drink some Pedialyte. Throw a little vodka in there, and have fun.
I'm water only. I done ran a gamut of drinks over the last couple of days. Hydration only. Man, I'm out to buy Christmas, to be honest, man. We got to get close to a Christmas party before I consider that.
I am not. The SEC championship is next week. We'll discuss it. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back. Episode 130 of the SplashCast, Monday Night Raw. Like, follow, subscribe. Appreciate y'all.
Peace.
Conductor. Yeah, right back. I walked in the studio, Noel said, I thought you quit. I said, nah, I'm quitting again because I started again. You gotta wait on that. It's like the storm before the calm. We'll get to the vacation later. For real. Hey. Look. This is the decompress before the intermission. Done a lot of post-game talking, but this one different. I told Lee to put him in the car, but don't pistol whip him. And definitely do not shoot his ass till you get permission. People got a heavy misread on my disposition. Talking loose, then hit me up after on some please Drake, listen. Energy they bringing is inconsistent. I got 2 Virgil Benzes, one that I'm whipping right now, and the other one I'm keeping in mint condition. And niggas bound to slip eventually like they sent permission. Imagine us getting our validation from an ex-musician searching for recognition. Same story every time, they heckling repetition. I'm top of the mountain, these niggas still down at base camp, they planning their expedition. Y'all the type to catch a charge, head to the deposition, and act like the rapper named after the sex position. But let me tell you about my brother though. Let me tell you about my brother though, for real. Let me tell you about my brother. Man, let me tell you about my brother though. My brother a two-toter, my brother a tombstoner. Diamonds and violence made us bond, we grew closer. Brother a clip loader, my brother a sick soldier. That nigga stick it to you for real, he a lint roller. My brother an aimbotter, I bought him a Range Rover. My brother a flamethrower, it's like he playing EDM. That nigga a chain smoker. Niggas won't smoke with us, I promise it's game over. Get your ass twist right here, he a cane roller. And then you niggas whine to J Prince like some grape growers, man, what the... Let me tell you about my brother though. Yeah. I mean enough about me. Let me tell you about my brother.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our football segment of episode 130 of the SplashCast, Monday Night Raw. Gonna get into some college football and pro football news, man. It was a big weekend, rivalry weekend. Some would say bloody. It's been bloody Saturday for the past couple weeks. So we got a bunch to talk about, man. Did you watch a lot of football this weekend?
Ain't the blood that I want to see. I want to see blood on the leaves. Know what I want. I ain't playing with y'all.
So before we get to some news and get to rivalry weekend and news around the culture and news around the football, college football in terms of the playoffs and all of that and scores. We got some updates. So, Mike Elko, coach of Duke, who was the defensive coordinator for Texas A&M the past 3 years when they were good or decent. Actually, they were good. He is now going to leave Duke after 2 seasons and go be the coach back at Texas A&M. He is now the head coach. So congrats to him. How do you feel about this hire? I know you don't really like Duke.
What in the hell is going on here? First of all, he's set to make at least $7 million. What you just saw, you paid your boy $10 million and that didn't work. And then now you're gonna pay him $7 million. I want to know how long this he has a salary pool of 11 million for assistant coaches, analysts, operations, recruiting, and strength and conditioning. I want to know how long this contract is. 6-year term. Oh, nah, y'all are stupid. Y'all are doing more stupid things. Let me cover a couple things. Duke has always been a scam. They were never actually good. They won a couple games that did not matter. They never accomplished anything. They did not compete for a championship in the ACC. Why are you promising this man $42 million? This makes no sense.
Well, $7 million is actually a steal for a SEC coach. $7 million because they weren't going to get anybody else. You're not going to get the Jimbo Fisher. Whether we say Houston and Texas A&M and Texas got all the money, like you said, that $75 million tag to pay somebody to go away hurt. No matter how much money you got, losing $75 million is going to make you look at something. So to go, and they're not going to hire somebody at a 10-year, $100 million, 12-year, $120 million, 5 years.
You should have paid somebody 5 years, $15 million.
No. Okay. So that you're at the opposite end. I'm talking about at the top. You're not going to be able to pay somebody that much money again because the board's not going to let you do it. And you're not going to be able to get a decent coach at 5 years, $15 million. You're not gonna, there's nobody that you could sign to do that. Chinnis Berry. They can go get Benedict. Benedict take that. That's about it. You're not going to be able to get a Division I coach and do that. So to go get Elko, because you have to have mutual to get 7 years. You got to have a mutual person. Get Elko back, who is already there, knows the culture. Actually, I think it's a good hire.
If I'm gonna do $7 million, I'm not doing 6 years. I'm doing 5. And I'm not doing 5. I'm probably doing 4. Not giving you 6 years and $7 million a year. I'll give you 4 years and can't give you 10. So yeah, I might do 7, and I might do. If I'm gonna do $7 million, I'm doing 4 years. I'm not doing 6 years. That's not the answer.
So I mean, I think it was a decent hire. Other hires that we have, of course, Mississippi State hired Jeff Lebby, who is the offensive coordinator for Oklahoma. One thing Oklahoma can do is put up points. He's now going to Mississippi State, of course, and then you have Michigan State that hired Oregon State's head coach Jonathan Smith after he's turned them into a Pac-12 contender the last couple of years, even though the Pac-12 is now disappearing. So you had some coaching hires. They think that was a really good one. And of course,
you'll regret this.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, this has.
Who will regret what? I guess is what I'm asking.
I'm not impressed with anything he's done at Duke. The
ACC
you still
has A&M? Yeah.
Yeah, like the ACC has been a very winnable conference.
For who? It's a 2-team conference, maybe 3.
Exactly. That means that everybody else should have a chance to win it. And he hasn't even really competed for an ACC championship yet. No, not paying you for this.
That's not fair when you talk about Duke. You got to grade on the metric of which you got the team. You got the team. Duke wasn't this good. Duke wasn't. They were ranked this year. That for football is a fantastic feat for Duke.
Are they still ranked?
No.
So
but they did better. I mean, Texas A&M ain't either.
This is all a no for me, and this feels to me just like I felt about UNC and Duke all season. This is going to be like we're just going to watch it, and I'm gonna have to sit here and watch this be stupid. And then once it's stupid, I'm like, hey, I told y'all.
So who you think they should have gotten? Who should Texas A&M have gotten? And we'll move on from this because we really got to talk about all the other stuff. But who should Texas A&M have gotten? I will have to sit down
and comprise a list, but I'm not interested in that dude from Duke. Just like I'm not interested in Drake May from UNC. No, I'm not. I hate when I know the answer and I just have to wait for everything to play out before I'm right. But this one, throw this away. This is trash.
I don't think they had much of it. I think it's the best hire that they could have done for the money and everything they've gotten. But it is what it is.
And And if that's the best that they can come back with, that surely says a lot to me.
So, moving on, man. So we talked about Hampton in the CAA, and we think that they're going to do better next year. The reason why the CAA, the Colonial Athletic Conference, has been dominated since Joe Flacco was in college at Delaware. Delaware has the Blue Hens, the Fighting Blue Hens, play really, 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 really well. Well, this year, it is announced that Delaware is expected to join Conference USA in 2025. If you know about the realignment, you know the Pac-12 will no longer exist after this year. And Conference USA, Mountain West, all of these smaller non-Power 5 schools are starting to bring on other schools from Division II, because you also have more of an opportunity to get them into the playoff. If you have better teams and better games, you then get favorable matchups when you get to the 12-team playoff, which will be in 2024. So I think this is a great move for Conference USA. Delaware, you're going to be traveling, though. Woo, you're going to be traveling. Geography don't matter in conferences no more. Anymore. Sorry.
Right now. Right now. Because we know everything costs, right?
Yeah.
And when people start paying for things and they start looking at what you're doing, it might cost you your job while you think it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, who's gonna pay for it? Well, we gotta take an offering. All right.
Yes, sir. So, but I the only reason we're really reporting on this is because this now leaves Hampton in a place to capitalize. Because if I'm not mistaken, and I'm going to the CAA standings, I think I'm going to go Division FCS. I'm not going to go ACC. I don't know why I'm in ACC. But I'm going to try to go to the standings of the CAA. It was Delaware and everybody else. I think Delaware was like 7-1 in the conference, if I'm not mistaken. And then Campton was like 4-4, and all of those other schools. So this takes the bully out of the conference, and it's wide open. I'm interested to see him, but you have to bring somebody back, though. So I'm interested to see who they bring back into the conference, because you can't have odd a number of teams. I'm interested to see about that. Unless somebody leaves, have to go back to the MEAC.
Is this
think
our
about that? Did you? This could be it. Y'all know me. I am for the blacks. Go back to the MEAC, build up our own. But y'all better figure it out. Y'all
know who the answer really gonna be, though. It's not us.
A&T?
For sure.
Yeah.
Especially after the way they got stomped out. Damn, bro, we trying to get out of here on the first thing smoking, my boy. It's been rough for us.
They had a rough year.
They had a rough year. Ain't been no crystal stair, boy. Now we trying to.
Yep. In other news, so there's two teams that came from FCS to FBS this year. James Madison and Jacksonville State. Both of those teams were ineligible to go to bowl games because there is a rule when you come from FBS to FCS, you can't go to a bowl game for 3 years, which is the dumbest rule ever. But there is a loophole. If there are not enough bowl eligible teams to make it to bowl games, then those ineligible teams that moved up are now eligible to go. James Madison was ranked nationally at one point till they got upset by Appalachian State. And Jacksonville State played really well. They were like number 2 in their Sun Belt. So now both of those teams are going to bowl games this year. So shout out to them. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm excited for it. And got the applause playing. So I'm excited for it. Happy for James Madison and Jacksonville State.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy about that. Also, kind of embarrassing that there are so few 6-win teams, including my very own, that
No, I ain't say that. You take all the jokes away. You take the bullets out the gun. But yeah, it's crazy that there are 67 bowl games. I want to say 66.
It's embarrassing.
If there's 66 bowl games, that means 132 teams have the opportunity to play in a bowl game.
And you couldn't get it done.
And you couldn't be number 1 of 132? Ooh, that's ugly. You'd be ashamed
A
of
lot
yourself.
of people. It's a lot of people who should probably be getting fired, but that's a different conversation for a different day.
A lot of people you want fired. Really, one
Oh,
person, not a
Billy.
lot.
I would love Billy fired. That would make me so Billy Napier, to be clear, because you always want to ruin his name and call him something else.
William Napier. Is his name William? Is his name Billy?
Nah, you try to call him Billy Donovan again. Don't do that.
Yeah, you looking for a job too. Who you about to be?
Are you playing? You're right. You for sure right about that, boy.
So then of course there's always the man of the year in terms of coverage. The Pac-12 with Dion, Utah beat Colorado 23-17. The final game, Shador ended up sitting out this game. It was revealed he actually got hurt last game against, was that Arizona? And I think it was Arizona they played. And he played basically 2 snaps or 2 drives that ended up going out. And they were trying to say, he quit on the team, just assassinating his character and all of this stuff. And it turns out that he has a fractured back. And he could not, the doctors won't let him play. So we hope for a speedy recovery for Shador.
Yeah,
you had a rough go.
That's tough. So it's a little tricky. Well, I'm not gonna say it's tricky, but I was a little confused about the situation with him too, to be completely honest.
Thought he quit?
No, I didn't think he quit because I knew he was at the game. And I mean, his dad is coaching. Your dad now let you quit. Even if you want to quit, you can't quit. No, I got a job to do. So he was a scratch, but there was no explanation. And that part is what I was confused about. Like, at the end of the day, like, number one, you know, for betting reasons, you need to know if a player is playing and what the injury is. I guess if he's just scratching from the game like he wasn't going to dress, it doesn't matter. But not giving an answer made it weird. He just wasn't playing. You know, Shador's one of, you know, for better or for worse people's opinions, he's one of the hottest quarterbacks in college football. You know, one of the better quarterbacks in college football. So people want to know. People have watched all season. They've invested emotionally, some financially into this. Yeah, I want an update. Now, finding out later that it's back, of course, you know, we want to make sure that, you know, he heals up, you know, from all of that. But at the same time, yeah, I think it would have been easier if they just put on their back injury and let him rock. I think that would have cleared up a lot of stuff for me earlier.
I mean, I understand your sentiment, but I mean, Bama and UGA don't do that either. I mean, they say, yeah, he's got an ankle and that's it. Or they say, yeah, they say, yeah, like, well, we'll evaluate him and we'll see it and then they'll let you know. But we're going to hold him out or whatever. They don't really, there's not a lot of detail in these injury reports. I agree with you to the point that they got to say something. But
that's my thing is say, like, the fact that he didn't say anything is where I had the issue. It's like, it just says Shador Sanders out what? Why? Something here. You got to give me something more than just out.
No, I don't. For betting purposes, all I got to tell you is he's not playing. I don't got to tell you nothing. They do it all the time. Lower body injury. That tells you nothing.
When I say that would have been cool with me. Had they said that, he was just Shador Sanders out. Everybody else had something like foot, leg. That's where it got weird. There was nothing.
Yeah. Man, you know, it is what it is. Colorado did to me as bad as they ended, losing 6 of their last 7 after starting out 3-1. You know, getting blown out, all of that thing. At the end of the day, they still were 1-11 last year. And they are now 4-7. And whether you think about it or not, that's an improvement. Any other school that was 1-11, you would say that's an improvement, especially in the Pac-12. That would be an improvement. So, and a lot of people agree with that, especially Robert Griffin. For example, he said that this year you went from 1 year to 4 wins in a year. That's a successful first season. Jay Gruden, who to me shouldn't really be talking about nothing, says, I wish 4 wins was the standard. I'd still be coaching. Let me tell you something. I went and looked up your record. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would not still be coaching. You would be right where you are as a position coach or analyst or whatever you got to do now. You would not be doing that. So, I mean, that's a little bit of bitterness, a lot of hate. But I can tell you right now, Jay, having 4 wins ain't got nothing to do with you, bro. You still suck as a coach. You got multiple opportunities, and you were still terrible.
So I saw ESPN post this 2 days ago, and I just posted my opinion, and it ended up being an interesting conversation. I put 1-11 to 4-8. This is a step up, but this is also not a historical turnaround, just normal improvement. Let's see what next season looks like. Everybody got to be on the side of either an extreme. So either that he's a failure because they lost the last whatever games in a row, or, because it's a lot of that. Or people think, hey man, 4-8, it's a historical turnaround. This is just
who said it was a historical turnaround?
Well, the level of pomp and circumstance, the level of attention that he's garnered from going from 1 to 11 to 4-8, that's a normal improvement. Teams do that every year, and they just don't get the same level of TV time, just everything. This is just it's a bad team that's now a little bit less bad, but it's not a good team. And if you're 4-8, I'm gonna be honest, you're not a mediocre team. You're just a team that's better than you were last year, which is an improvement. But I think we got to be okay with that. That's fine.
I think that sounds like a little bit of hate to me, because there's a lot, just because Dion garnered the attention because he's Dion. Yes, it's one team that got better. I don't think anybody said it was a historical turnaround. They said it's improvement. They said it was just a successful first year because you did improve from 1 win to 4 win. We Falcons fans, hell, we trying to make the playoffs. That's normally a 3 or 4 win improvement. You had a 3 or 4 win improvement. 2, Colorado was nothing. We never even thought about Colorado, and Dion being there has elevated that program to at least some type of relevance. They weren't even relevant. So that's a successful first year for me. Is 1, you even being relevant. 2, you got a 3-win improvement. I guarantee you, if any school that we support got a 3-win improvement, we would call that a successful season. No matter what it was, 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12. Any 3-game improvement, you would say, okay, well, at least we're moving in the right direction.
I'm out on that. I'm trying to find. Hold on here.
Any first-year coach that takes over a team and you win 3 more games than the year before, that's going to be regarded as successful. Look at Arizona. Same thing. Arizona State. But it's same thing. 3 or 4 win improvement is successful, no matter what.
If you go from 1-11 to 4-8, if Florida went from 1-11 to 4-8, I'm not going to say that season is a success. That's an improvement. I'm going to say that's not, still not acceptable. Just not. That's the reason I'm saying it's just a normal. It is a fair and reasonable and normal improvement. But
what's acceptable? If you are take over a 1-11 team,
it is.
What's an acceptable improvement?
No.
You just said it's not acceptable.
Okay, what I'm saying is I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's a good improvement. Nah, I'm not. It's fair. Okay, good, I think is the operational word right there for me. Good. It's just normal. It's a normal. You were one place, you got to another place.
So it's not. That season is a failure.
I'll give you a perfect example of a team that has has done that over the last couple of years and not garnered anywhere near the same look. Like Georgia State. Georgia State went from a terrible program to they're 6-6 now in the Southern Belt. That's a hell of an accomplishment from where that program started from. I remember when that program started football.
Mm-hmm. And in the first year, their first year, they were awful. And then they had an improvement every year. Every year.
But yeah, but after the second
they
season,
backslid
like what I'm saying is just I'm saying the same thing I said at the beginning of this season. This was an okay season. I'll see again next season. And at that point, I'll be able to give you if they go from 4-8.
What were your expectations?
Was like, you remember, this was always my expectation. They'll win a couple games, but they're still not going to be bowl eligible. They're not going to be 500, and they're not going to be ranked.
So because they're not bowl eligible or 500 and not ranked, even though they improved, it's a failure. So this season is a failure. It's not successful. It's successful or unsuccessful. So it's not a successful season?
To me, it would be incomplete. Incomplete for me.
Incomplete? How? The season's over with. That's a complete season.
At this point, I don't really want to say, I can't say that this is.
Yes, you can.
I'm choosing not to. You can.
You can. I don't understand. Like, so you it's like you tiptoeing around what you really want to say.
No,
you saying from one to. I'm asking you
this,
is 1 to 4.
Like, if I look at your season, I think that you beat TCU, who I said was a scam. You beat Nebraska's a really bad football team. You beat Colorado, that's a really bad football team. You beat Arizona State, that's a really bad football team. Then you lost the rest of the games. You beat 3 bad teams. You beat 3 bad teams and 1 team that shocked some people. That ain't a good season. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that. That just ain't it.
So to clarify, Georgia Southern in 2021, Georgia State went 8-4, right? So, to go back down to 6-6 ain't.
But what I'm saying is, like, that program, like, they literally started a football program and now they're competitive in the Sun Belt. And this is all in a very, very short amount of time. Like,
it's longer than Deion. Deion been there 1 year.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, like, they started a football program. Colorado has had a football program for 50, 75 years.
What does that mean?
Okay, to me, this is just, we'll see. For me, I'm pushing the chips back. We'll see what we see next year, Deion.
Sure. Deion has
that's what gets everybody into the issue is they make these prisoner of the moment statements. Oh, well, it's got to be yada, 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 or it's got to be no,
That's not
bro.
A prisoner of the moment. We've watched the whole season. Last season, they were 1-11. I don't understand how 4 being greater than 1 is not an improvement and not viewed as a success when you were 1-11. All them teams you said that they suck, they lost to. All them teams weren't good last year. They were just as bad last year as this year.
If you were any other team and you went from 1-11 to 4-8, I'd be like, cool story.
I would say at 1-11 to go to 4-8 would be successful. That'd be a successful season. Now, if he go 4-8 next season, hey brother, you better figure something out fast. But he's not gonna do that because he's going to Big 12 where they don't play defense anyway. So Deion has some explaining to do, and one thing about when you go on a losing streak in college football is your recruits tend to decommit. Most recruits tend to decommit when your team start losing, especially when you lose 5 out of 6 to end the season. Deion, when asked about this, said a kid can't even be faithful to his girlfriend. You think he's going to be faithful to a school? First of all, that's hate, Deion. But that was him talking about kids decommitting from schools, which is true. Not the being faithful to a girlfriend thing, but kids decommit and change schools all the time. And this is the downside of being Deion when you get all the attention that you garner. When a kid decommits, it's Yahoo News sports worthy because a kid decommits. But it is what it is. Like
you've had 3 high-profile guys decommit to a high-profile program.
So did Georgia.
Georgia
had 7. 4 stars, 4 and 5 stars. They've had 7 4 and 5 stars.
There's two different levels of skill. The amount of 4 stars and 5 stars on one team, sure, we lost a bunch, but how many do y'all have already on the team?
All of them.
15, 20? Exactly. How many Colorado got?
I don't know.
4 and 5 stars.
No, I don't know.
Probably 1. I mean, Travis, who else on that team is like a 4 or 5 star? And the other cornerback, who, I mean, unfortunately,
Cormani McClain, I don't know if he's gonna be
there. Yeah, like, but yeah, if you have 1 5-star and you lose 3, then yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And unfortunately, it was kind of a rash up. They all happened at the same time.
Yeah, but I think with the and we'll move on from this after this. My last thought is with the transfer portal on that, I think the decommitting of high school players is not as big of a deal with the transfer portal now. I mean, you can look at recruiting and committing and the Under Armour 100. All of that stuff was huge, and it's still big. It's on ESPN. Yeah. But all of that stuff now is affected by the transfer portal. Who has the best recruiting class because of transfers and all this other stuff. So it's not. I don't think it's big of a deal.
I want to make on top of that. These decommitting doesn't mean that they've committed somewhere else. They're just opening up to being recruited, and a lot of this stuff just going to change as the college football landscape changes. A couple of weeks ago, we assumed Quinn Ewers was going to do what? He was going to go to the pros. So Quinn Ewers not going to the pros, it probably means that he's going to go somewhere else. So, like, all of these things are going to reshuffle.
Who, Quinn Ewers? No, he's staying in Texas.
Okay, so, yeah. So, if he stays in Texas, what does that probably mean? There's at least a reasonable probability Arch Manning wants out, right? Or,
nope. Malik Murphy.
I've been on here publicly every week begging Malik Murphy to come to Florida. So they're just roles and opportunities going to change. Same thing with Utah. Cam Rising going back. So, you're going to end up with
6 years.
2 pretty good quarterbacks.
6th, 7th year?
Yeah. So
y'all better stop talking about steady stat now. This the new normal.
Yeah, you're right.
Kirby was ahead of Kirby was ahead of the game.
But that's kind of the thing is, as soon as those guys relock back in, that whole landscape probably in that general vicinity everybody got to reassess their situation from there.
Yep. So we'll see, man. Dion, you got a lot of work, but like I said, I think this was a chess move going to Colorado because there's no way that moving wasn't discussed.
Who's in the Big 12 next year?
Nobody. Kansas State.
See, don't say that because then
Iowa State.
Wait, ain't they in the Big 10?
Big 10. I'm sorry, they play in Michigan. Big 12. Kansas State, Colorado, Texas Tech, Texas, Oklahoma gone. Oklahoma State. That Dust Bowl Midwest Southwest area. That's all your Big 12.
Okay, so hold on. Let's the Big 12 will compete as a 16-team conference next year. All right, number 1, Arizona.
They're in the Big 12? There. Oh, Pac-12. Yeah, they moving. I forgot they moving there.
We saw what they did last year. You know they're gonna be right in the hunt for it next year. Sure. Arizona State, toast. Colorado. But you also getting Utah.
That's interesting. With Cam Rising.
Exactly. You got Baylor, BYU, who had a decent season, I guess. UCF trying to steal another one of them championships. Houston just fired their coach. They're going to try to get back into it. Kansas State, Oklahoma State, they should be interesting. Y'all just was respecting TCU a minute ago. I guess you still should have. And Texas Tech and West Virginia. I mean, it's a wide open conference. But I think
all them you named outside of the Pac-12 schools. But the Pac-12 is coming Pac-12 about to dominate the Big 12 next year. I don't believe in none of them. You just named Kansas State, All their wins came against sorry teams too. I don't believe in none of them. I think Colorado will do fine. They're going to get blown out by Arizona. They're going to get cooked by Arizona. They're going to get blown out by they didn't even get blown out by Utah this year. Both their teams is missing the quarterback. So I don't know what's happening, and we don't know. It all depends on how this works with recruiting and transfer portal. If they get aligned, they could be dangerous because there's no defense in the Big 12. There's no defense. So
but I think that, this is like the pressure ratchets up again now because with no clear cut like team, there are two things that are going to happen here. There's going to be one team that's trying to Dan Lanning. Know that. There's going to be another Arizona that's going to pop up that nobody expected to be good, and they're going to be good. Then you have BYU, who's going to try to be something. Like all of those teams that like, and with 12 teams in the playoff now.
Why you don't think Colorado could be Arizona? Arizona got most of their players from the transfer portal this year. Justin Flo, their quarterback, their top receiver, all of them came from the transfer portal. Arizona wasn't good last year. So I mean, like, if why can't Colorado do the same thing?
The opportunity is there. Do I think it will happen? My belief is just no. I wouldn't ask most teams that, like Arizona had, like, we've been watching
180. That is a historical improvement. That is when historical. What Colorado did was a successful season. Yeah. That because now Colorado I
wouldn't put that pressure on nobody else.
Colorado still has no expectations even after this season. They won 3 more games, but they still don't have any expectations. Next year, Arizona has expectations just because they did so well in the Pac-12, which is probably the best
nobody was paying attention
season. It didn't matter. They once they started winning, people started paying attention. They still beat teams 42-13.
If you ask most college, what I would consider like normal people about Arizona, they have no clue. Clueless. So they've just been skating along under the radar. But also, you had those teams that skate under the radar. You know, there's another culprit in here. Cincinnati. What is it now? Y'all had that good season, and it wasn't really nothing. Show me again.
We'll see. But we could keep talking about this round and round. We're going to move on.
I guess the champion has to make it into – see, this is the other part, though. You would assume the champion has to make it into the playoff, right? 12 teams?
No. Oh, yeah, 12 team. Yeah, 12 team. Yeah. 12 team, yes. If it was 14, then no.
There's a – like before, I don't think that the Big 12 was mostly competing for a chance. Like they will probably be the last conference to have a chance to get into the Big 4.
Yeah.
SEC, ACC, Big 12, Big 10, Pac-10.
Pac-12 until this year, the Pac-12 didn't have a team last year. They didn't have a team before.
But what I'm saying is, if you go into like if Oregon ever did what they were supposed to, they would have walked in. What I'm saying now is this is the first, like the Big 12, you will get a shot to the playoffs. Now you don't have the roughest way to go.
They've had Oklahoma multiple times. They had TCU in the national championship game. They got beat 65-7. They've had multiple times in the playoff. The Pac-12 is the team that's never there. USC is the lone team that has tried to get in every year. And every year, I told y'all about Lincoln Riley. Every year, they do the same thing. So
you're right. But I think that the automatic bid to the 12 it should make all of these 16 teams. You have to play different now.
We'll see, man, because the SEC going to have 14 or whatever they got, too. So we going to see. College football playoff.
They're going to try to put a ton of them boys.
College football playoff outlook, man. So we're going to talk about this kind of as a whole. We got the SEC, Big 10, Pac-12, ACC. You got teams on the outside looking in, and you got championship weekend. So this week you had rivalry week number 1. Georgia played Georgia Tech. Georgia rested most of their offense, and it almost came back to bite them. They won 31-23, and Tech was out there. I was like, hey, now, y'all better play, but Georgia didn't play basically I think they didn't play 13 starters, which is disrespectful to Tech, and I like the way that Tech showed up.
Ramblin' Wreck wanted to win.
That's what I call one of those like spider bites or fire ant bites. You don't realize that it hurt until maybe a little bit later. This game may galvanize the Georgia Tech fan base and alumni and teams to get some more recruits, because the game was lit. It was sellout. Georgia was there. It was Georgia Tech fan. They was yelling. It was on TV, primetime ESPN, and they put on a good product. They still can't throw the ball. I mean, Paul Johnson, the remnants of Paul Johnson for Georgia Tech is awful. They still can't throw.
That's everywhere he goes. It's like it's over after that. Like, oh no, we don't. He told us don't throw the ball. We'll never throw it again, type of thing. So I'm like, hey, do something different now. Damn,
it's the truth though. It's the truth. So you had Georgia win. You had number 2 Michigan beat Ohio State in a good game. Kind of. Neither team really looked that impressive. Michigan's defense played well. Ohio State just needs a quarterback. They need a quarter. That's all they're. Well, they're gonna need they got receivers, but you know Marvin Harrison Jr. is leaving, but they gonna have quarterbacks. Receivers all day.
Already seen I seen one of the Ohio State fans begging for Quinn. I mean, not Quinn, but for Arch. Hey,
I wasn't no fan. That was Maurice Claret. That was Maurice Claret. Went on ESPN and said, "Yo, hey, Arch, we got receivers, we got money. We going to the Pac-12. You get to go to Cali and play. Come on. I mean, the Pac-12's coming here, and Arch. I mean, they got money too. Now they ain't got Texas money, but they got money now.
Once again, you'd be happy to get Malik Murphy after what you saw from McCord.
Yeah,
McCord is bad.
Yeah, man, he's bad and quietly is kept now.
Keep him.
The seat is hot. It was warm before. my God. Boy, this is an awful game. Josh Dobbs has turned into a pumpkin right before our eyes. The Cinderella slipper is off the foot.
Said, hey, take this interception, sir. Jersey look fire, though. I tell you that much. Look good. And the chain look good. Shit. Ice you.
But back to Ohio State, man. Ohio State, Ryan Day.
Twinkle and glisten.
Ryan Day is 1-3 versus Michigan and 1-3 in the playoffs. He was 1-3. He made it to the national champion. He made it to the national championship game.
Can you clarify that for me? Because I don't know. Maybe my eyesight messed up. That look good to me.
You petty. So, and it's bad what's bad about Ohio State in this game is that they didn't even have their head coach on the field. Right? They didn't, and normally your head coach is the one that makes the difficult decisions during the game. This was a close game.
Got a job too, boy.
Yeah, I already saw him. Somebody said Ohio State need to hire him. But it's tough. But I think Ohio State, as being a Georgia fan, know what this is. You are ranked number 5 or higher every year. You have the number 5 or higher recruiting class every year. And then when it comes to the big game, you cannot win the big game. I don't know
what makes this worse?
If Ohio State is going to be patient like Georgia was with Mark Richt. I don't know if that's going to happen.
That's the difference between Rick in this situation is you're coming right off of Urban Meyer, who was a champ.
And then the Bears fumbled one play later. This game is awful. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is the battle of stupidity. Bad versus worst, ladies and gentlemen. Glad you locked in with us. I always remember, like, follow, subscribe. But Mark Richt didn't really have the pressure. Like, he had the team, but the team had not really seen the success. It's not a shot for a couple decades. Versus Ryan Day, Urban Meyer be right
cooking.
There.
He had
he be right there.
He had Ohio State cooking, boy. They won 2 championships. They was in the playoffs.
He's still visible. You see him all the time, so it don't even make it any better. You're like your predecessor standing right there, looking like it looks like you're the problem.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and you can't have the best. It's been a long time since the best receiver is this far ahead of the next best receiver. Now there's Malik Neighbors in LSU, and him and Jaden Daniels playing like
Coleman in Florida State,
they playing like hell. But Marvin Harrison Jr. was the offense for Ohio State. You saw they basically Michigan said we're gonna double team you. And Marvin Harrison Jr., after the final interception, sat on the field for 25 seconds looking defeated because he never, as a start, well, he played as a freshman. He ain't start. But as a starter, he never beat Michigan. And he never won a championship.
And, people just
or Big Ten, and he's never played for a Big Ten championship.
If he can't do it, what the hell make me think I can do it?
Another fumble. Lord. This game is awful. This game is awful.
This look like Australian rules football where you got to get the ball up once you get tackled.
It is 9-3 with 9.
But yeah, I mean, I feel so bad for him, man. I really like Marvin Harrison Jr. He's been a stand-up guy. He's not in the mode of most wide receiver. I don't think I've really ever heard him speak very much. If I have, he just goes out there and does the job. I told y'all, I think that he should be a Heisman candidate. I think the fact that he's been able to control games from that position, which is 10 times harder because you have to wait for another person to get you the ball.
Sneaky, I don't know who is. I'm sorry, you can't really. I don't know why you can't see the chat, but basically, they're saying Sneaky says, who would the Buckeyes get to replace Day though? At that roster, I think they could get a lot of people. They'd probably get the next up and coming coordinator, whoever the next up and coming coordinator is. If Ryan Day keeps his job, look at Jeff Lebby.
That job, you get people who you don't typically get. I mean, I'll be honest, since we just got done talking about him, you think that Ohio State offers Deion the job? He says no.
You think Ohio State offers Deion the job? I think they say no.
No. I'm just saying hypothetically, if he calls, Deion answers, right?
Yeah. You got to. You got to. Yeah, I mean, you got to. I don't think any coach in that position. I think if they call any of them schools we named that had some type of improvement, Deion, Arizona, hell, Chip Kelly would be a monster at Ohio State.
Now that's the other part. It's guys that's gonna be available. That's the reason.
And that run your offense. That they run the spread. I ain't think about that till just now. Chip Kelly at Ohio State would be ugly. Ooh, that'd be ugly. He'd be kicking ass out there.
Because the offense is going offense. And he's going between them, let's go ahead and say it. Between them and LSU, they wide receiver U. And if you give Chip Kelly wide receiver U or wide receiver U2, then you too have a problem.
You will. Woo! And then he gonna go. Yes. All you got to do is find a defensive person, just a young upcoming defensive guy. That's what Cincinnati did, when they went to with a coach at Notre Dame. Same thing.
And you gonna have Chip Kelly and a ton of offensive weapons. He gonna be able to score 35 points a game now. That's one thing he's gonna be able to do.
Yeah.
And I'm going low at 35.
It'll be a jolt to the Big Ten too, because that's that Dust Bowl.
You don't need to find that
football.
Much defense either. Like, it's not like you got to go find like as good as Michigan's defense is. You just need to find somebody. Hey, can y'all get 3 stops
a game? Just 3. One. Give me 4. 1 a quarter. Give me 1 a quarter.
You're right. That's fair. 1 stop a quarter. Low bar. Now you can't do that. You don't need to be coaching in the first place. You as a defensive coach don't think you can coach a team to stop somebody once a quarter. We'll do everything else.
Yep. So the SEC set. You got Georgia made it, and we'll get to Alabama. You got Ohio State lost the Big Ten. I think Ohio State, for the most part, is out. I don't see a way that they could get in unless everybody loses. Then you have the Pac-12. Washington, now, I wanted to say this was a game I could see Washington losing. And I wanted the chaos. I wanted it, but we didn't get it.
Got close.
Did we? But Michael Penix Jr. again, game-winning drive to lead the drive with a minute left to get the game-winning field goal. Washington State had a chance to win this a lot, and they ended up losing.
I want to give a lot of kudos to the Washington State quarterback too, man. He played his ass off.
He played well. He had 2 costly turnovers, but he never folded, boy. He never ever folded. So Washington played well.
While we watch origami.
Lee, it's an awful game. The kicker Grady Gross. If you don't know, so Grady Gross hit the game-winning field goal. I think we have the audio. Let's see. He hit the game-winning field goal, and then this is what happened later.
Yeah, I'm thankful for Grady Gross. And you know what I hope Grady Gross is thankful for? The scholarship he's earned.
So that's pretty dope, man. The kicker from Washington, after kicking the game-winning kick against Washington, he ended up getting awarded a scholarship, and the team couldn't be more ecstatic. This is a Cinderella season. This would be awesome. And no, sneaky Shador will not come with Deion to Ohio State. You have to be a 7th-year quarter. Well, I mean, we got him. It might happen, but now Deion trying to get Shador to the league.
No, Shador could go. I mean, I'm sure they'd rather have Shador than the old boy they got right now.
McCord is awful. He is awful.
The other part, I don't actually like this at all. I'm gonna tell you why I don't like this. Do not ask me to be the kicker. Now, the kicker is the kicker job, but that job is a real ass job, high pressure job. Clearly helped you guys get to this point. I don't think that if I'm a kicker, I should not be on scholarship. Ain't no reason for me to be paying the school and then have this. Kicker is a high pressure job. Ain't no way around it.
Yeah, but again, you're right. Let me agree. Let me tell you, I'll agree with you. But with the transfer portal and the way that recruiting is nowadays, like Georgia's recruiting class is 37 people. The recruiting, the limit used to be 23, 24. But because of the transfer portal, kids leaving and going out, they dedicate more scholarships to other positions. And what they do is they hold them until the end of the season in case somebody transfers. They try to bring somebody in or whatever, and they have one left over for the kicker. It shouldn't be that way. It should be
y'all
20,
need to give me an NIL deal.
22. What's 22 plus 3? What's 22 plus 4? 26.
20,
Punter, kicker, long snapper, holder, which is normally your backup quarterback. Them 4 should be on scholarship because of, like you said, it's a pressure pack. You are basically out there playing golf on the football field because if you lose, it's on you.
And I tell people this all the time. Never forget my brother's playing in Florida. That kicker missed the kick. Never saw him again. They don't play with kickers. Kickers don't get my bad.
No,
you
they
don't get that. You know kickers for one or two things. Either never missing or missing. There ain't no, oh, you was all right kicker, dog. Nobody care about that.
Nope.
Nah. Oh, wait, in the home my scholarship. Go ahead, run me my bread. I might not even be at this school by this time. I missed the wrong kick. It's over.
You correct. But I will say shout out to him though. He did earn it. I am excited that he got a scholarship just because we know how expensive college is nowadays. So of course you had the Pac-12, and then of course the ACC, Florida, and the Noles hold off the Florida Gators in the rivalry game to win 24-15. I, for the first time, agree with you that Billy may need to go. Not may need to go, that he probably should be fired this year. I said that he needs to win one of these last 4 games. I think it was Arkansas. It was Arkansas, Missouri, Florida State, and some other school. I was like, all you got to do is win one game, and that seat will cool off a little bit. And he lost every single one of them. Oh, LSU. LSU, and they barely lost to LSU. But to lose against Florida State, I know they're the number 4 team in the nation, number 5 now, without Jordan Travis, and only put up 15 points. Billy. You better hit Billy better hit that transfer portal hard. He better hit that transfer portal.
He needs to get in the portal and transfer himself on the hell somewhere the fuck on away from my team now. He needs to go. Transfer yourself. Jump in the portal and then jump out somewhere else. I don't care where the hell you jump out. Just don't let it be Gainesville. Let's talk about now. I didn't talk bad about Dion. Y'all said I talk bad about Dion. I don't think I did. But I'm finna talk bad about Billy for sure. This my
Go ahead. While I pull up the rest of these, go ahead. Hey, clear out.
You won nothing. To me, you have 0 wins of value. You lost to Utah against a backup quarterback. You beat Tennessee. That's not an accomplishment because I told you that was a scam from day one. Was I right about that? You beat Charlotte, and you only beat them 22-7. Lost to Kentucky. You beat Vanderbilt. Congratulations. Nothing. You barely beat South. You beat South Carolina by 2 points. Yeah. Stomped by Georgia.
And you had to come back to win that game.
Yes. Stomped by Georgia.
Stomped by Missouri.
No. You lost to Arkansas.
Mm-hmm. That.
You lost to LSU. You lost to Missouri. And you lost to Florida State. And I'm going to say, out of these games that you lost, if you look at our roster, you look at Utah's roster, they're about the same. You look at Kentucky's roster, you look at our roster, they're about the same. Georgia, that's a better team. Different conversation. You look at Arkansas and you look at us, they're about the same. If you watch the LSU game for the majority of the game, you can't tell me those two teams aren't on the same playing field. Missouri, about the same. Florida State, about the same. There's no game that I look at and I can say, you know what, that other team, those players were a lot better than us. Minus Georgia.
Missouri.
You looked at the LSU game, we went to the depths with them. It just got out of hand at the end. Missouri went to the end.
Better
Florida
coach.
State.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Florida
better coached.
State, it looks bad because it looks like a 9-point win, but this it came down to the end with that. At the end of the day, it's Billy. Billy, don't look left. Don't look right. Look straight at yourself. It's you, and you need to go. And AD, I hate to say, you a fired ass too. This is your second coach. It's your first time to go. Adios, gather your things. You will not pass this way again. Adios, mi amigos, buenos noches, hasta luego. However you want me to tell you, leave. In Florida, don't play with this because there are a lot of actually decent coaches that are available.
It is.
Don't play with this.
Yeah,
do not belabor this point. Billy can't get it done, and it's Billy because these players are not terrible. Even when we put the little backup, our backup quarterback was better than Florida State's backup quarterback. I don't care what you say.
He was playing well, but Florida State's defense also, I didn't know that they were this decent. They were pretty good.
Florida's defense played good too. Like, there's nothing that I can say like, oh, well, Florida State didn't look better than us. LSU didn't really look better than us. Missouri sure as hell didn't look better than us.
So what's your record right now?
Yeah,
no, seriously. I'm not being funny. I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. I was just about to say I don't give one, but 5-7, 3-5 in the SEC, losing streak of 5. That's the other really bad part.
5 of 7. So if y'all go 8-4 next year with Billy,
that's worst case scenario for me. You know that. That's just incremental growth.
So a 3-win improvement over 5-7 does nothing for you.
That's worse. That's worse than having another. I would rather have another 5-7 season at least at that
and
point.
Get him fired. 8-4
Just
Florida. I will
perpetuating
say
that.
I thought I was spot on all my predictions this year. I said the Falcons gonna go undefeated in the division. I said Florida's gonna win one of these last 4 games to let Billy and get to a bowl game, and y'all gonna win the bowl game.
Let me tell you one thing now. One thing Florida gonna do is find a way to let you down. And even when you had the most common sense and it just made the most sense, right? You win one of these games. And then the bad part is you won. Damn, that a whole chat blowing up.
I refreshed it.
and the other part is you could have won any of these games. You found a way to lose them all.
Every single one. You really got it in a different way really every single time.
Trying. No, man.
But let's move on, man. So, because you got a lot of emotional damage, and let's talk about emotional damage.
Wait, hold on. Let me recap. Fuck this season. I just wanted that to be known. My season over with. I don't have nothing college football. Everything now. I'm an innocent bystander. I'm just here to watch.
Oh yeah, your season over with.
But I'm pissed off with my season.
Well, I said cook up a scandal.
I'm pissed off with my coach. I do want to give a special shout out to this team. I do think that this team has a bunch of really good players that have just had their time wasted by Nilly Dapier. That's what I need to start calling him, Billy Manilli. Sham. But I think ATN.
Better hope they don't leave.
No, they all should leave, man. I don't want nobody to be stuck there in purgatory. Etienne, your brother already said it. I think you had a fantastic season, man. You're gonna make somebody very happy as a NFL team. I think that you're already suited to be a very good running back in the NFL. So Etienne, congratulations. Slick Ricky
Napier for Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
No, bad. That's evil. Damn, Sneaky. I like the man. You come in here with the chopper.
Oh Lordy! All right.
Slick Ricky, I wish you the best, and to the rest of the players who had to have their time wasted by Billy Napier. As a Florida fan, I'm immensely sorry, and fire the athletic director and fire Billy Napier. Wipe this thing clean and go after Chip Kelly or my boy Lane, who was coaching at US. Somebody, anybody. Lord.
Yeah, because them coaches getting snatched up. Let's move on, man. Let's talk about championship weekend. So Georgia, we talked about the teams that made it. The championship weekend, the top 4 made it. Georgia, 3 of the top 4. Michigan, Washington, and Florida State made it. Then we get to who they're playing. So Georgia basically was going to play Alabama. It was already decided, and Alabama was trying to stay relevant in the college football playoff conversation. They are behind the 8 ball because they have lost to Texas, who is still a 1-loss team and in the Big 12 championship game. But Alabama will play Georgia because of a 27-24 last second, I don't even call it a Hail Mary, just last second completion in the end zone to win the game on 4th and 31. Look at this, y'all. 4th and 31. Let me tell you something. If you lose 4th and 31, I'm
amazing catch.
I am upset. Ain't no amazing catch. That's piss poor everything. 4th and 31, and you rush. First off, you rush 3 people on 4th and 31. 2 people. You rush 2 people. Cool. You want to have everybody back. If you rush 2 people on 4th and 31, there is nobody that should be single covered. Not one person should be single covered in the end zone on 4th and goal from the 31. I ain't gonna say 4th and 31. 4th and goal from the 31 to end the game. There's no way that there should be single coverage. Great throw by Milroe. Great throw threw it to the back pylon. Gave his man a chance to get it. Some people, Auburn hurt fans, saying that it was a push off. Listen, ain't nobody gonna call nothing. They weren't gonna call no holding. They weren't gonna call no PI on either way. That's nobody the last game
right there.
And you can't have that happen.
This is tricky because what this really is really good coaching, really good strategy, and a really good play. This isn't really a Hail Mary because they're on the 40. maybe the 35.
31. They're the 31.
31. So what you have is you have receivers on both ends. They run the flies. Then you have a bunch of guys who run to the center. The reason I like this play is what Milroe is doing right now is just looking. He's counting on both sides, and I get to chuck it to whatever side has the least amount of people. Like, this is more of a math equation than like football strategy. That's the reason it's so tough, because you're going to be able to look and basically, like, from the center line, look and see which side has the fewer people. And then you just throw it up, and then you have a one-on-one, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Like, typically, you're right. Like, all right, there's more space, then just don't let the guy get behind you. But in this, it's like, he gonna throw it up. You got to high point it and hope that he doesn't. And, I mean, you know what Bama receivers do.
If you're going to rush 2 people, that means you have 9 people drop back at the end zone. There's no I understand the play call, and you have all of that stuff. You're going to have to run the annexation of Puerto Rico flea flicker all the way down the field with Jalen Milroe before I allow single coverage in the back of the end zone on this play. To ruin Bama's season, remember, Auburn's season is pretty much kaput. It's shot, right? Yeah. I think they may have made a bowl. I think they may have gone 6-6. There's nothing here.
How many more? I want to know how many. I can't see everybody that's downfield, but there's 5 guys and it's 8 people. I mean, you're right. The numbers are a little off. Somebody was in the wrong spot, but
you can't allow that.
I like this. I think that people are going to steal this because I watched Nick talk about it. Anytime you have something smart, I need to know where you got it from. Nick says we practice this play every Friday.
They had 3 receivers. They had 2 receivers on the left side plus Bond, but I think they were all on the right side of the field, and they basically set it up to have single coverage, which it's a beautiful play. That's still only 4 receivers. You got 9 defenders. The math tells me that every corner of that end zone should be covered. That's what that tells me.
I mean, you are right, but but that's the thing. That's the reason I'm going to eventually like just really break this play down. But if you got them on one side, bring them to the other side. You can't leave the guys moving. It's tough. It's tough.
You know it's tough? White tears. So you know what happened when they lost? This was 40 seconds away. 40 seconds away. 40 seconds. These people weren't looking. And I look at, oh my God, she's hurt. And then the tears come. And you know why? Because Auburn made a living off of this in 2012. They made a living off of this when they beat Georgia on a Hail Mary. Then they did the kick 6, and they referenced that, and they made it all the way to the national championship game and ended up getting beat. They did all of those things. They lost to Florida State and Jameis Winston. So they did all of those things and ended up losing. And they talk so much trash down there in the God's country in the plains. Yes, these tears, I want them all. Put them in a bucket and mail them to me. I'm going to water my plants with them. Send me the tears. I loved it. They showed the people crying. They showed the people crying and everything. Look at the face. Oh, my God. They showed the football team. The football team was looking the opposite direction because they knew. You didn't look at the play because you scared something bad going to happen. And you knew it. And it happened. Terrible, man. And now Alabama is still relevant in the college. If they win the SEC championship game, they go to the playoff.
And at the end of the day, man, I want to give respect to Jalen Milroe. He will play this first.
You want me to play it?
Yeah. He deserves it, man.
Jalen Milroe was hyped. He was mic'd up. I don't know how they got. If he was mic'd up for the game, I don't know. Maybe he was mic'd up quick. But he was mic'd up for this, and he was ecstatic. So let's listen to what Jalen Milroe. Now, I know you hype, but no, you don't get the Heisman this year. But he played a hell of a game, man. He played a hell of a game.
And once again, man, I came in here and asked for that man to be fired early in the season. I think it was the second and third game. He just wasn't getting it done.
And
He
why
was fired.
you say once he was fired?
Yeah, he was fired. The two guys took a chance. They couldn't get it done. He came back. He has played, the team. Number one, also, the team knows, man. And I'm going to give Nick Saban a lot of credit. I think this is probably the most difficult coaching job that he's done. The team knew who their quarterback was. They were, pretty clearly like not happy about the QB change. They basically, which is another thing. They basically forced Nick Saban to go back to him. And he's played valiantly. He's gotten it done with what I would consider not the typical championship Alabama team. And to win like that, that's a hell of a win, man. Congratulations. Salute from me. If I can answer you to be fired, I can definitely say, hey, you did a hell of a job.
I ain't going to say he's going to win with the not typical Alabama team because I think he's won with every possible Alabama team you can win with. He won with a team that didn't complete but 10 passes in the BCS championship game against LSU when they won 21-0.
I think if you look at this team, I don't think that this team is just not as good as those other teams. At least to me.
I'm sure there may be some drop off if you go position by position. But I think it starts with the fact that they didn't have a clear-cut quarterback or it seemed like they didn't have a traditional quarterback that they thought they wanted. But Jalen Milroe, one thing he has done, because he was awful. He was awful. And he still has a lot of work to do. He still makes bad passes and bad decisions at times, and overthrows and all of that stuff. I mean, he almost lost this game by throwing past the line of scrimmage twice. But when Jalen Milroe seems to decide that make a decision, this is what I'm going to do, he pretty much converts.
He's a little Tebow-y to me.
As Kirby Smart says, now this may be playing game. He said he's a different beast than Tebow because he's faster than Tebow, and he throws. He's probably, I don't know about more accurate. I think they're probably in the same ballpark passing. I think he's more like a smaller Anthony Richardson. Personally, that's what he reminds me.
That's who
he reminds me of a lot.
Now the thing that Tebow had, his will, and I think that Milroe has some of that, but Tebow's willpower is elite level willpower. Like he just.
Yeah, it was godsend. So you got Georgia versus Alabama.
Hold on, one more thing. Speaking of Tebow, he did a little halftime thing, and I was ready to play football this weekend. He got in there, and I talked to him before the game because they had the backup QB, and I told him, hey, this is his time. Tebow will have you low key ready to run through a wall or two now.
Yeah. So. You got the SEC championship game, which is going to be Georgia, Alabama again. It seems like it's either Georgia and somebody or Alabama and somebody, or Georgia versus Alabama. He said, can he tackle like Richardson? I don't know, man.
Made me sick, yeah.
He threw some. He had a couple. He threw some interceptions now. Then you have the rematch, which is Oregon versus Washington. That's a big game, and these are all because of the playoff. This is basically the first round of the playoffs for a lot of these teams. Right. So you have Oregon and Washington, which Oregon, since that game, Oregon seems to have passed Washington, in my opinion. I like Washington. I think they're clutch. I like Michael Penix Jr., but Oregon has been dominating now. They ain't got the hardest schedule in the world, but they've been dominating teams. They've been doing what they're supposed to do. And that's going to be a good game. We talked about Texas and Oklahoma State. Texas won. They'll play Oklahoma State. There'll be heavy favorites in that game because Quinn Ewers is back. Michigan beat Ohio State, so now they play Iowa. Heavy favorites in that game because Iowa can't score. But they play defense now. They get Harbaugh back. And then you have the ACC. So we talked about Florida State. And Florida State won against Florida, and they've already clinched the ACC. But it was who they were going to play against. Louisville had a prime opportunity to throw a monkey wrench into everything. Because if Louisville had beat Kentucky, they would go in as a one-loss team and a top 10 team against Florida State. And they crapped the bed against Kentucky. And they lost at home in a rivalry game, 38-31, and Mark Stoops ends up keeping his job at Kentucky and not going to Texas A&M because he was offered the job, which I don't, So Louisville will go.
I think he was smart staying in Kentucky.
Yeah, he's a big fish in a small pond there. You go from Louisville to Florida State, and now basically Louisville is just trying to play spoiler at this point because I believe they have 2 losses now. So this was a monumental loss. But
Louisville wins.
You think Louisville's
going to beat Florida State?
So they're going to get the ACC out of there. Dang, so that's going to – I guess we're not waiting until Saturday morning live.
Well, the reason I say that is Florida State is their backup quarterback is
awful. Their defense is for real, though, now.
But he looks bad. When I tell you, I watched that the Florida State game. Our quarterback looks so much better than theirs. They better find somebody else. And you gotta assume that's the best they can roll. I mean, hey, you guys get to figuring, bro. But if I'm looking at both of those, I think that Louisville.
I think this could be a lot of chaos because you got Georgia and Alabama. If Georgia wins, there's no chaos because Alabama is out. If Alabama wins, now you have a 1-loss Georgia team. You saying Louisville's going to beat Florida State. That's a 1-loss Florida State team. If Oregon beats Washington, that's a 1-loss Oregon team, 1-loss Washington team who lost to just Oregon. Texas beats Oklahoma State. You have a 1-loss Texas team that beat Alabama and then lost to only Oklahoma on the last second play. And then you have Michigan and Iowa, which we're not going to talk about that because Michigan's going to stomp Iowa. I ain't going to say stomp. They'll beat them by 15.
Nope. Watch. This is the game that Michigan tricks off. Watch them do it.
If Michigan tricks this game off with Harbaugh coming back, Harbaugh will have to leave. But I think at this point, because Michigan won, that would be a lot of chaos. If Georgia wins, that eliminates Alabama. If Louisville wins, you can assume that's going to eliminate Florida State. Oregon or Washington is going to eliminate themselves. You would assume that Michigan, win or lose, will probably end up making it because they beat the number 3 team in the nation.
Do you really believe in Michigan?
No. I had this debate. Shout out to Brian. You my guy. Thanks for Friendsgiving. Shout out to Mike. Saw you first time seeing you in a bunch of years. Jay tried to shoot at Georgia, talking about, hey, y'all barely beat Ohio State after we beat the team by 20. And I said, well, yeah, DJ Moore. Yep.
I can't wait for Justin Fields to be a Falcon, boy.
But all these Michigan fans was talking trash about Georgia. Y'all barely beat Ohio State, and we beat them by 20 last year. And my rebuttal was, y'all got throttled by TCU, and we beat them 65-7. We beat them They lost by 7.
Right?
Man, they were up by 30 on y'all. Like, don't forget that. So I had to make sure I addressed some of y'all. Y'all want to talk all that stuff about we barely beat Ohio State. We beat y'all. We beat TCU that beat y'all 65-7. 65. So this could be a chaotic weekend. This is always a chaotic weekend. He has 11 catches for 114 yards. Boy. What's the coach that's suing the NFL? That's the defensive coordinator.
Brian Flores.
He is cussing. He is cussing on the sideline after giving up that play. So, with that being said, man, I'm excited. I hope that Georgia has a monkey on its back with Alabama. They have not really beaten Alabama in the SEC. I don't think they have beaten Alabama in the SEC championship game. We've only beaten them in the national championship after they beat us in the championship game, in the SEC championship game, and we beat LSU last year. I think we beat LSU for our last SEC championship. So this is Alabama fans are talking big noise, talking about what you call. And yes, I agree, Sneaky. This year, Michigan does have the second best roster in the nation. I agree. But I've been with Georgia when they've had the second best roster in the nation, and we still end up tricking off a big game. So, this weekend is gonna be fun. Long college football segment, I know, guys, but hey, this is rivalry weekend. This is what it is. Then, we get to the NFL. NFL was fun. Thanksgiving weekend. Before the game started in the pregame, Tom Brady, who hosts his own podcast, had some stuff to say about the NFL. And here we go, right here. Here we go. Tom Brady basically said there's a lot of mediocrity in the NFL. But here we go. We're going to listen to it real quick.
Today's NFL. Yeah. I don't see the excellence that I saw in the past.
Why not? Why not?
I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I don't think the development of young players is as good as it was. The rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game. Mm-hmm. So I just think.
I'm going to let that go, but remember, Tom Brady had the rules changed now. But
I think the product, in my opinion, is less than what it's been. I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott and guys that impacted the game in a certain way, and every hit they would have made would have been a penalty. Your coach is complaining about their own player being tackled and not necessarily, why don't they talk to their player about how to protect himself? We used to work on the fundamentals of those things all the time. Now they're trying to be regulated all the time.
Bullshit. You ain't work on no fundamentals about being tackled. You could play into the league, and they changed the whole rules about how quarterbacks get hit, Tom Brady. But go ahead.
Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to the defensive player to protect the offensive player.
Boy, shut up. We were there. You was there with Tampa Bay last year. You complained about Grady Jarrett when he tackled you too hard. Shut the hell up, Tom Brady. But I'll take Chris. Go ahead, buddy.
A defensive player needs to protect himself. I didn't throw the ball to certain areas because I was afraid players were going to get knocked out.
Mm-hmm. Bullshit. We know you cried to the official, Tom Brady.
That's the reality. Wow. I didn't throw it to the middle when I played Ray Lewis because you knock him out of the game, and I couldn't afford to lose a good player. I think there's a lot of...
Well, Alex.
Do you want to go to Alex Smith first, or do you want me to... Because that was a
let him talk. Go ahead. Get it all out. Go ahead.
Me? Or
yeah,
Alex Smith? So Alex Smith had something to say. This was Alex Smith's response.
Alex? You've been in his position, retiring and then watching the game from a distance. Do you agree with Tom Brady?
I mean, a lot here, Sam. Listen, first off, let me just preface this. I love Tom, the GOAT, but
you don't need to say that. But you need to say it.
Let me tell you something. When somebody prefaces what they about to say, they about it's going. Some shots about to happen.
Get him.
First off, he hasn't been retired that long. He was just playing. Like, he just won a Super Bowl in the current game. Like, is he discounting that one? And then my biggest complaint with this, and no offense to you guys, well, all three of you guys, he played in the most uncompetitive division, I think, in NFL history. I mean, you come out of training camp, the biggest cupcake division, you got a ticket to the playoffs right away. Like, talk about... I completely disagree with this. I know he's referencing the rule changes over the middle to the receiver, but in my opinion, I think the game's gotten better.
Well, Alex?
There's more parity across the league. Quarterback play is at an all-time high, I think, across the league. Like, the best, you've got the best athletes playing the position. We didn't have this 30, 40 years ago. And then I also, listen, he's referencing also that offense is down, right? Like the numbers this year. To me, I kind of think we're in a golden age of D linemen. Like,
why can't we say defense is up?
Yes, I agree. I totally agree.
Why can't we do that? Because defensive players, it's all been geared, like you're saying, to attack the quarterback. Yep. They have genetic freaks playing that are rushing the passer. Every single team, one of them has.
There's more parity across the league. Quarterback play is at an all-time high, I think, across the league. Like, the best, you've got the best athletes playing the position. We didn't have this 30, 40 years ago. And then I also, listen, he's referencing also that offense is down, right? Like, the numbers this year. To me, I kind of think we're in a golden age of D linemen. Like,
why can't we say defense?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not going to wait.
My bad, y'all. I was up here watching the last play of the Bears-Vikings game. This is our forward pass, so it's already over with. But a couple things here. Let's get back to it. Alex Smith, you're correct in some things. Tom Brady did play in the worst division in football. You had the butt fumble, you had the Dolphins who were irrelevant, and you had the Bills who couldn't get right. You had all of that happen. Correct. Tom Brady, also, you got the rules changed. If y'all remember, Tom Brady hurt his knee. And he complained and complained and complained about offensive players can't protect themselves. A quarterback can't protect themselves. You remember? Because that was the first rule change. You can't hit the quarterback below the legs, in the legs, to protect your knees. You can't then Peyton Manning got his jaw broke, got hit too hard. So you can't hit the quarterback above the chest. So now you can only hit the quarterback here. Now you can't drive the quarterback into the ground. Tom Brady literally complained. I watched it for Tampa Bay, complained to the refs after he said he got tackled too tough. I seen Drew Brees complain. So Tom Brady is full of shit when he's talking about players protecting themselves and doing all of that. That is bullshit. Tom Brady is full of shit. He literally complained his way into changing the rules so that he could benefit even more. All these rules about the quarterbacks started with Tom Brady. You're the one. You're the one that's known as the crybaby on the field because you complain to the refs all the time. There's audio of refs telling defensive players don't hit Tom like that. It's audio. You've been accused. Refs have been accused of saying to black quarterbacks, whether you like them or not, hey, you're not Tom Brady. You don't get those calls. So Tom Brady, you shut the hell up about all of that now. See, and I just said I don't want to like Tom Brady, and he's a likable person, and all that. Boy, you right back. You full of shit now. I don't like you anymore, cause that was wrong. And Alex Smith is right, except for this is not the best quarterback play we've had in a long time. You have Patrick Mahomes. You have a bunch of other people.
Quarterbacks.
But I digress because I could keep going.
We have said a million times. We'll say a million more. Quarterback play so far is scarce on the pro and college level. But what I want to say is, Tom, number one, you sound crazy. Number two, defense is, and I've been watching this all season. I've watched a lot of games, and even if, most notably, the one that you can probably see the easiest is the Chiefs. Defenses are better now. And it's just a natural evolution of anything. Offenses had run off with it for a long time. Just every year, 30 points, 40 points, 30 points, 40 points. This season, it's a lot of defense playing. Happy that one of the teams playing defense is my own. But hell, we just watched a 12-10 game. It's just these guys are getting bigger, faster, stronger. There are fewer people who are creative, who are being creative offensively. And if you don't have that guy making these new plays, the concepts, the defense has figured, the defense always going to figure out the concept once the concept it's been out there. That's the reason we always say, hey, that first season is cool. Once you get some tape, tell me what you look like then. The defenses are catching up. And
there is no more. It's the evolution of sports, right? Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
It's just going to be a point where the defense has the season. I'm sure, because we know that the NFL wants more points. There'll be a rule change here soon. They're going to find a way to make sure that they score more points. So, yeah, the defense has figured it out, and then there'll be some type of change to make where the offense gets the upper hand, because that's what we want to see is points. But this season, give the defense. Let the defense be good. Damn. It's a hard enough job.
Think about it, Tom. In defense, this would be my last point. It's the evolution of sport. I talk about it every time we talk about this. Victor Wembanyama is 7'5". Bol is 7'3". Our 3 guard is Jalen Johnson, who is 6'9". When you have basketball players that evolve, everybody can't be a 6'5" Zion type player. Most of those guys become what? Football players. We talked about Alabama A&M just got a 6'8" quarterback. When you have guys that are that big and that athletic then come to the football field, it's scary. You got a lot of guys. You're going to start seeing more LeBron James type players at defensive end and tight end. Look at from Georgia, big boy, Big O, that now plays for Pittsburgh. It was Brock Bowers and the other dude. Darnell Washington.
Oh, gotcha.
6'8". You're gonna see that all over the place now. You're gonna see that all over the place. So you got to look at the rules of when Tom played. Yeah, you could hit more, but the rules changed. Remember, and this my last point. Remember, Tom went through a long time without getting to another Super Bowl. Y'all remember that? Yep. Remember, he won 01, 02, 03. Then he went a nice little minute without winning the Super Bowl.
And also, I mean, let's also be honest here. There are going to be more basketball players in the NFL. Before, you used to be tall at 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". Nah. The NBA
Evolution.
guys, the Zions, they're NFL players now.
Yep.
So if you have those guys into the NFL, are going to make it way more difficult because they're all edge rushers.
Yep. And then they're going to start being, then they're going to go to outside linebacker. You're going to see a 6'5" outside linebacker.
It's going to eventually start looking like 7-on-7. Like,
there ain't going to be nothing you can do.
Even the guys who, you have a lot more guys who really are edge rushers playing tackle now. Just get in there, especially as the defensive schemes. They want to put Michael Parsons, who's an edge rusher. They want to put him in the middle, see if he can beat that guy. So yeah, you're gonna get to a point where you might, where you might have played guys who are all defensive ends. I forgot. They just talked about a team who basically plays all defensive end on their front line.
Jaguars.
So you're gonna have a line of those guys and just say, hey, beat them.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. Yeah, the days of the 6'2", 400-pound D tackle is over. Let's talk about these Thanksgiving weekend games. Thanksgiving Day is football day. You had the Packers and the Lions, you had the Commanders and the Cowboys, and you had the 49ers and the Seahawks. Yeah, the Packers beat the Lions in a surprise. They won 29-22. It's not too long ago that the Lions were, picked to win the division. They were a dark horse to make the Super Bowl, all of this stuff, and they have been struggling. I think this was more of a anomaly. I don't think the Packers are there yet, but Jordan Love has flashed. He's flashed, and they won this game.
I don't want to say it's an anomaly. I think this is both teams. I think that this is one side of both teams. I think the Packers on the right day, like, I like Jordan Love because he's good enough.
You picked him to finish last in the division.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, like, he as a quarterback, I don't like the team around him. I still think he needs receivers. I think right now he's doing a lot with some basic guys right now. I don't think Christian Watson is that good. I think that this year, in a heavy wide receiver draft, they should try to get one or two of those guys. And, I think that Jordan Love should be their guy in the future. I think that he's good enough. He probably won't be super expensive, so you can spread the money and get you a decent team that won't, hamstringing like you were in the past with Aaron Rodgers, where you basically spend all the money on him and then just try to make everything work around him. Just build you a balanced team. I think that the Packers team, has outplayed who I thought they were clearly. I think that they're a decently balanced team, and with some money and no Aaron Rodgers hanging over their head, I think that they're a team that could take the NFC North, considering the Vikings got to get a quarterback. The Lions, I like the Lions, but the Lions are still like this. The Lions still got that lion blood running through them. And as soon as you get ready to okay, crown them, you guys are it. You guys, for the foreseeable future, you and Jared Goff could be a problem. They just lose games. This is the second time they've done this. They're like the team that when you don't watch them, they win. But the first time you sit down and watch them, they embarrass you.
Yeah, I will say Sneaky did make a point. The Lions had a bunch of turnovers. The Lions more lost this game than the Packers won this game. But, I mean, that's to your point. As soon as you want to believe in them, they mess up. So
I want to believe in them. And was that when I was in New Orleans, and I was like, oh yeah, Lions. They came out disappointed. It's exactly who it was.
It was against the Ravens.
Yep. Exactly what it was too. You're right.
So you had other games. We watched this game. The Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving is kind of like tradition at this point. And they played the Commanders, and the Commanders are I think they're about to clean house. I don't know what happens with Eric Bieniemy, but I know everybody else is gone, and they won 45-10.
Falcons would love to have Eric Bieniemy Jr. or Jaden Daniels. Santa Claus, if you're listening, I'll send you my address.
So the Cowboys won. I will say Dak looks good, but I think anybody's gonna look good against this team. I don't think that the Cowboys made up any space on the Eagles. We're gonna see because the Eagles play, but I don't think they made up any ground.
Cowboys scared of the Eagles.
And then you had this game, which was the San Francisco 49ers versus the Seahawks to end the day. And the San Francisco 49ers won 31-13, and that defense is great. And DK Metcalf, Norwood put this in there, DK learned sign language just so that he could trash talk other teams and not get fined. Against the Rams the week before, he says 44 is my son. That's funny, but there was no sign language in this game as they beat you down. Hand and feet were put on that team. It wasn't even close. And Geno was hurt, but it wasn't even close.
Yeah, my thing is, 3 receptions for 32 yards.
Cooked.
DK. Instead of learning sign language, how about you learn how to run around? Now, hold on, let me stop. Learning sign language to talk trash great. To your opponent.
It's fantastic.
Is cold. I love that. I think that this should be a thing. Really do. And I guess, it's still language. So, you probably get fined for it. But neither here nor there. So, I like that. But you also got to be the man to kind of do that. And you're just not the man.
I don't know who's the man in terms of receiving on their team other than DK. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is playing pretty well now that he's healthy. We haven't really heard anything from Tyler Lockett. I think DK is the man on that offense, to be honest.
I just think he's you know me. I think he's an okay.
Oh, Sneaky, you saying that y'all gonna beat? Listen, 6-pack each time. Sneaky says that the Cowboys are gonna beat the Philadelphia Eagles the next 2 times they play, which is regular season, and I'm assuming you're talking about postseason. But back to this game. These 2 games, nobody cares about the Cowboys versus Commanders. I'm not gonna lie to you. Nobody cares but y'all.
Whoa, yeah. And Sneaky, if you want to bet, I'm in on the bet. I'm 100% taking the Eagles and never taking the Cowboys. You got some players on your team, but your team, I think, is afraid of the Eagles.
Yep. So, those games were good. I think it kind of just, especially in the NFC West, the 49ers still told it, because if you look at the standings, 2 weeks ago, Seattle was in first place because the 49ers had lost a couple games in a row. They seem to have righted the ship. They're spreading the ball around more. Christian McCaffrey released a video of him bleeding in the bed and bruised up because they was using him all that stuff.
Bro, welcome to playing football, yo. That is, and it's like, he's bruised up and he's bleeding. Do you know what you look like at the end of a football game?
Yeah. But hey, bro, I think it was more about, they were using him a lot. And now they're starting to spread the ball around. Against the Seahawks, Deebo Samuel played really well. Brandon Ayuk had a good game. So now they're starting to get everybody else involved, which is what you have to do when you have Brock Purdy as quarterback. No shade to Brock, but, I mean, he is – we've seen his
else do their job.
We've seen his limitations in that losing streak they had. So that was a fun Thanksgiving. And then you had the first ever Black Friday game on Amazon Prime, which was Thursday night. Supposed to be Thursday Night Football. Yeah. Okay. I forgot Kev was here. Black Friday, and they got the Jets versus the Dolphins, which when they scheduled this game, I know they thought this game was going to be fire. You have Aaron Rodgers, And that Jets defense versus the greatest
believe it was
show
gonna be a
on
lot
grass.
more than what it was, boy.
Boy, let me tell y'all, it was awful. It was so bad that this was the headline before the game. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel stole a girl from one of his players and ended up marrying her 4 years later. They talked about this and how bad the Jets were the whole pregame.
I mean, because they got Zachary Taylor Thomas out there and benched. Team stinks.
And I ain't gonna lie to you, the Dolphins weren't impressive. They weren't impressive in this win at all. But I will say, the Jets.
Oh, wait, Sneaky! Don't not give us a chance to get into that bet. Hold on now. We're gonna get there because I want my chance to take the money.
Kev said there's a whole Cowgirls Twitter that cries every time the Eagles win. Ooh. Well, it seems we gonna watch this little burn happen real quick between the Cowboys and Eagles while we talk about the Jets. The Jets
are still them boys. I love that video.
What the Jets are the most defeated fan base I've seen in a long time. Because they have finally gotten hope with Aaron Rodgers. They had gotten Sauce and the defense was fantastic. And they can't do nothing. They don't have a quarterback. And they thought they got a quarterback and they don't have a quarterback. That's sad, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so bad that you like it's tough to feel bad for Jets fans, like butt fumblers they are. But I feel like they don't deserve this. The whole way that the whole thing happened with him running out there with the flag and then they run like one play, and then as soon as they run the play, he fall down. We all knew immediately it was bad like that. I might not wish that on my worst enemy. That's tough.
Here we go. Back and forth.
Smoke in the city, baby.
Cowboys, Eagles fans. So there were other games and we're not gonna go over them all. The Raiders and the Chiefs. The Chiefs. I mean, it was risky at the beginning. The Chiefs looked like they need a receiver. They won 31-17, but they were down 14 at one point at the beginning of the game, and then Patrick Mahomes.
Y'all got to do something to help Mahomes out now. Mahomes is Mahoming.
But he out there. I mean, Valdez-Scantling has dropped everything. Hey, Norwood's been saying this for 4 weeks now. Y'all better put some respect on Russell Wilson's name. The Broncos beat the Browns. Now, I will say the Browns had no quarterback. They knocked Deshaun Watson's out for the season. They knocked out DTR. And now they came in with P.J. Walker and Amari Cooper got hurt. Nick Chubb is hurt. So P.J. Walker was out there basically with him playing against the Broncos defense, who has been playing well. Russell Wilson and the Broncos look good.
But I mean, for me, all right, now in through your nose, breathe with me here, Reggie. Out through your mouth.
No.
I'm so happy that I do not have that Deshaun Watson contract, because that is a lot of money that has been paid for no return on investment. And then next year, that cap hit is going to be
ugly. It's escalating until the end of the contract.
I see a Matt Ryan backload here soon and very soon. And as soon as you do that one renegotiation backload, let me tell you, you smoked for about 7 years, bro. I'm glad that he made it too expensive. He bought us right on out of the market. We have our own quarterback issues that me and you are about to talk about now. But one thing for sure is I'd rather have a cheap sorry quarterback than an expensive sorry quarterback. And we about to talk about another expensive sorry quarterback. But I'm not sure of I talk crazy about not knowing if Kyler was going to end up being a top 5 quarterback ever again. Hell, is Watson?
Was Watson ever a top 5 quarterback?
That last year in Texas, with the Texans, he was damn close. Yes, he was. He led the NFL in passing after they got rid of Hopkins. Yeah, he was top 5 then for sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. That contract was ugly, but I don't think the Falcons offered that contract though. I think
we didn't, but that's what I'm saying. I'm now breathing a sigh of relief. This could have been us.
Yeah, it's ugly, but
And
I mean, we ain't faring no better.
These guys with these expensive contracts not playing well. Kyler is whatever, but I don't think he's going to be anywhere near his money, and that's a lot of money you sunk. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's never going to be worth his money, but that's a lot of money you sunk. Danny Dimes, he's not going to be worth your money. I can't never remember if it's Derek Carr or David Carr. He ain't going to be worth the money. You start spending all this money on quarterbacks, and you see early that they're never going to get you a return. You're struck. You're stuck. I mean, it sucks, and you're stuck. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I mean, the one thing about having the bad quarterback that we have, at least he don't cost a whole lot of money.
Yeah,
you get rid of him, you can move right on from him.
Yep. So then you also had like other games, surprise game that there was fight for the division. The Jags beat the Texans on the road. You have the Steelers beat the Bengals 16-10 and the Bengals didn't have Joe Burrow, who's out, tore a ligament in his wrist.
Wait, hold on.
The
I do want to talk
Steelers
about this briefly. The
Steelers fired their Matt Canada, had an interim offensive coordinator, and they crossed over 350 yards of total offense for the first time this year, but still couldn't score. I think that they're in flux too. They about to get rid of Deontay Johnson pretty soon, and I don't know what George Pickens is gonna do. They better get rid of Kenny Pickett soon. All right, go ahead. I just wanted to get that off.
He's the guy who has to go. Number one, I want to start out with, we always support Black coaches here. Mike Tomlin needs to write a book. He finds a way to win games that he should not win. Team was like all week. They basically reported there's been a meltdown over there. Players at odds, players trying to fight each other. You had to take your vets literally breaking fights up. Then you come out and win a game.
Yeah.
So I want to give him all the respect in the world because he is coaching a ticking time bomb. And I hate to say it, but the Steelers have this thing of just picking crazy ass wide receivers. Like everyone they've picked has been crazy since AB. AB was crazy, and then what happened? You had Juju, then Juju became the king of TikTok. Then after Juju became the king of TikTok, then you had Mapletron. We found out that he was a sham. We think the Pickens want to whoop Kenny Pickett's ass. Deontay Johnson, y'all saw the play where the man, he saw the dude fumble the ball and didn't even attempt to try to get the ball. There is something there indicative of some of the players you're picking a low character. Now, the other part is the majority of those, 60% of those guys are good players.
AB was a good player, and it wasn't low character. Well, at least we didn't see it. It's like AB got hit in the head and then lost his mind. He went to a blonde mustache. You remember that? He got knocked out.
You never
16 months later,
mustache go, boy.
Bro, did you see it? I want to make that. I'm going to make that my avatar. Every time I say something wild, I'm going to put that up. That blonde mustache.
Just when you see me posting this, know I'm that crazy.
Yeah, boy. But you're right, man. Mike Tomlin he is a leader of men. And they call him for his job. Some folks were trying to say they call him for his job. And I think because he wouldn't fire Matt Canada. That's why. And he finally fired Matt Canada. He needs to go ahead and make the decision to get rid of Kenny Pickett. I don't know what you do. I am a big
right now. If Tomlin is available, Arthur Smith, gather your things. You're gone.
Tomlin's not going to be available, but I know what's going to happen because we saw another mid game in the NFC North, and I want you to follow me here. We saw the Chargers and the Ravens. The Chargers and the Ravens was a mid game too. where the Ravens barely won and the Chargers lost another close game. And since the Chargers have drafted Justin Herbert in 2020, they are 30-30. They have scored exactly 1,508 points and have given up 1,507 points. They are the middiest of mid. Let me tell you something. If I'm Justin Herbert, I know I just got that contract. They're probably going to fire the coach. Justin Herbert may benefit from a change of scenery. Similar, I don't know if it's going to take, and this happens with San Diego quarterbacks. I don't know if it's going to take an injury for it to happen, but I think Justin Herbert could you imagine him in Pittsburgh? Could you imagine Justin Herbert in Atlanta? Could you imagine Justin Herbert, all these teams that are ass, but have the pieces? Could you imagine Justin Herbert in New Orleans? All of these teams that are ass, Justin Herbert would take them over the top. I think Justin Herbert needs to get out of San Diego.
Reggie, let me help you. You don't have to imagine Justin Herbert anywhere. Justin Herbert is not going anywhere.
I know they're not. He needs to go, is what I'm saying.
They're not. They don't let quarterbacks this good go anywhere. Let me be very clear about that. So the coach will go somewhere first. Specifically, if you have an offense that basically has outscored everybody since he's been there, the only issue is you give up more points than everybody else. That's the coach. You're fired. We're not letting our asset go. You are the asset that can go. Adios, mi amigos. So yeah, he's out of there. And I don't feel bad for him. You got Khalil Mack over there. It's not like you have more. Like he has so many. To have Justin Herbert, Khalil Mack, and to have Keenan Allen and to struggle. That's the reason that I back off Arthur Smith from time to time, because I could have a guy like that, and that probably ain't the right answer, but that's how I feel.
Yeah,
Sneaky, you ain't wrong. And hell, I mean, you call Ron Rivera?
So I don't know who you call, but something's got to change.
Ghostbusters, hell.
So you had before we get to the Saints Falcons, you had Panthers Titans, Colts Bucks. Nobody really cares about this game. The Bucks lost. The Panthers lost. The Panthers fired their coach after 11 games. Frank Reich is out of there. You had the Patriots and Giants. Belichick pissed off. The Giants won, but they're 2 and whatever. There's a lot of coaches on the hot seat. I came in here to plan on asking you who gets fired first, Frank Reich or Bill Belichick. Well, that was answered because Frank Reich is the first coach to be hired and fired in his first season in back-to-back seasons. He was fired by the Colts in 22, fired by the Panthers in 2023. I think he got a raw deal with the Panthers. Nobody wanted Bryce Young. No shade to Bryce. But nobody wanted Bryce Young. They all wanted C.J. Stroud. And the owner's wife, allegedly, I don't want to, alleged, said that she liked Bryce Young. And it feels like mid, Sneaky. And that's why they chose Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud. And if I'm Frank Reich, I go compose myself. I go back to being a coordinator somewhere, and I'm out of there. Because the Panthers right now, that organization, if that is true, are a shit show. They might as well be the Colts to me with Jim Irsay.
No. Worse. So this is my thing. Fired by the Colts, that was the right decision. I think the Colts have found their guy. Shane Steichen is a monster. He's coaching this team minus their quarterback, and who I think is I think that the team is Jonathan Taylor's team, but Anthony Richardson is going to be a helpful addition instead of Gardner Minshew. But they're getting it done. So fired by the Colts, right decision. The Panthers, this team sucks. You traded away DJ Moore. You brought in Adam Thielen, who's having a decent enough season, but he's for sure old and washed. You got Chuba Hubbard playing running back. Brian Burns thought he was going to be traded all season, so he ain't played all,
It's a bad situation.
You've not surrounded him with anything to be successful, and then you fire him. If you're blaming anybody, you have to blame himself. Now, I'm super thrilled about this because this basically like eliminates them from next season already. So yeah, we're
and
back.
You traded up to the first pick. You don't even have a first round pick. Your number 1 pick is going to the Chicago Bears. You have man. If I'm listen, Bryce Young. I listen. I'll go back to Alabama. I got any more eligibility? I can go to D2. Can't you go back to D2?
This is the other part. There are plenty of teams that love to have Bryce Young instead of what they got. So I mean, I feel bad for Bryce because he's going to start over again, and that sucks.
You get into like, no shade, Tremaine. It's kind of like Cleveland Browns territory. It's like when you have a different coordinator for 4 straight years, and then people expect you to be good.
Trash.
And they expect you to be great, but you have a different coordinator or a different coach every year. Like Matt Ryan had it for like 4 years. You have to get a different coordinator and learn a different system, learn different offense, learn different timing, learn different plays every single year. Bryce Young is now going to be on number 2, and he's only in his 2nd year. And I personally think they should go get Joe Brady. They should go get Joe Brady from Buffalo. They better do it and make him the head coach. Buffalo put up 30-something points in his first game as offensive coordinator. But it's ugly. It's ugly for them. And speaking of Buffalo, they lost to the Eagles, but this was by far their best offensive output against the number 1 or top 2 defense in the league, top 3 defense in the league. Jalen Hurts is that dude, dog. He is a leader of men. He is a leader of men. The Eagles 34-37. Josh Allen, Buffalo may just be cursed because he played it. I heard today, and this is the best example or the best description of what we saw in the Eagles versus the Bills. Josh Allen was the best player on the field. Best player on the field. And it wasn't and if you look at it and you watch the game, it wasn't close. But Jalen Hurts was the clutchest player on the field. He kept making play after play after play. And when it came down to being clutch, Josh Allen missed the throw that would have won the game in overtime to Gabe Davis. Wide open in the end zone. Jalen Hurts ran it in from 12 yards to win the game. That's the difference. Josh Allen is he'll never leave Buffalo. But he's East Coast Justin Herbert to me. He would benefit from a change of scenery because you already got a coach fired. Your offensive coordinator is now gone. I don't think it was Ken Dorsey's fault, to be honest, if you want me to be perfectly honest. And then now you got Joe Brady and you got Stephon Diggs who is upset. You may need a hard reset, dog, and get on out of there, but they'll never trade you because you have the potential to be a top 2 quarterback in the league.
No, Allen's not out of there. Coordinator's probably out of there. Coach is out of there. Diggs is out of there. And then you just restock. The good thing is it's a heavy wide receiver draft, so you'll be able to go get you another guy. And then drive from there. That's really all I got for you. I can't give you anything better than that.
I see Brock Bowers going to him. I can see Brock Bowers going to Buffalo, but clear as day. He'll be right there. He's a Buffalo guy.
I've seen so many different Brock Bowers. The Giants everywhere. Because everybody could use a guy that good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Speaking of the Giants, they beat the Patriots, and the Patriots again benched McCorkle. Oh boy, that sound like Civil War name. They benched McCorkle and brought in Taylor Zappi, who ended up throwing an interception to lose the game, just like they did last week against the Raiders. At this point, Bill Belichick is the most frustrated person on here. And a lot of people saying that he's being exposed. He's not a great coach, including Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan said the Patriot way, it exhausts these kids. Tom Brady was the only reason you won anyway. Boy, the birds come out when you down. They kicking them right now. They trying to.
So for me, this is always, he's not the first person to say that. And but you're not drafting these players. That I will give you credit. Christian Gonzalez looks like a good pickup, but he's hurt. He's 100% right. The Patriot way is not fun. There is no way that you're going to get free agents right now. And you don't have Tom Brady over there to throw a bunch of perfect passes and make people want to come to play for your team. Then on top of that, you draft Mac Jones, and we already know he's going to make it to about the third quarter, and then by the end of the game, Zappe going to be in. And I can't even understand why he keeps doing it. Like, it's mind-boggling. To me now that Jimbo Fisher, because, I typically have, one thing that I just kind of zero in that I don't think everybody else is paying attention. Like, now that Jimbo's fired, I'm now just looking at Bill Belichick every week because, number one, he's entertaining as hell, as you're about to see here in a second. But it just doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, what are we going to do here? How does this go from here?
How it should go. This blame is on Bill Belichick, yes. But at some point, Robert Kraft, you have to take the general manager and president of football operations away from him. I don't care if he's got 6 Super Bowls and he's loved and he's threatened to leave and all of that stuff. He drafted a guard in the 2022 draft. He drafted a guard with the 16th pick that was graded as a 5th round pick, and that was being generous. And you passed on all those other players. When you make those terrible decisions over and over again, it's only Bill Belichick that gets that much leash. And at some point, 6, 7, 10 is fine. But at the end of the day, that 10 is in the past. Maybe immediate past, maybe distant past. At some point, you got to plan for the future. You drafted a 5th round guard in the 1st round who didn't even have a draft party for the first day because he didn't even think he was going to be drafted. Y'all
want me?
And then you go and play a whole season with a 2nd-year quarterback with no offensive coordinator. Y'all remember that? Remember, he had no offensive coordinator. Before that, you hired Matt Patricia, who you fired for being a bad defensive coordinator. I'm not sorry. He got hired to be the coach for the Lions, who they fired after a year because he was a bad defensive coordinator. And you bring him in to be the offensive coordinator or offensive person because you didn't have no coordinator. Bill Belichick, now defensive-wise, they are the only team in NFL history to lose 2 games without allowing allowing less than 9 points. Less than 10 points. The only team in NFL history to do that. Because they only scored 3. They scored 6. They scored 10 points total, I think. He's still coaching defense. And they still playing defense. But you can't pick your own groceries no more, dog. Not on offense. You need to go and get on out of there and let one of these young guys come in here and revolutionize your offense and learn how to get it because it's not working. It's not working. And
that is true. Like, I don't think that's the reason this is such an interesting thing to watch. Because it's just like, it's a train wreck. We just waiting on the train wreck. Either Robert Kraft going to ask him to do something and Belichick going to flip out, or we're just going to keep watching him play their starting quarterback for 3 quarters and then bench him at the end. Also, if I'm Bailey Zappi,
he's pissed.
I tell you every week, I'm going to cuss you out. Like, let's be real here. Y'all probably going to fire me anyway, dog. Least I'm going to do is get me off, if you know what I mean, for all intents and purposes. I'm going to tell you how I feel. But you rolling me out at the end of the game, not warm to fix the situation, after you've given this guy the rope for 3 quarters, you can kiss my ass. I'm done here.
You know who else was done? Bill Belichick. So let me tell you something that else is old. This little I don't mess with the media and this on the next week. That works when all this stuff works when you're winning. When you become an asshole when you losing, I can't really say that because I don't want to get into brother love news and all of that stuff. But if you jump out there on the internet defending somebody and your stuff ain't, your business ain't clean, they're gonna expose it. Same thing. It's the same premise. You can be an asshole over here when you winning. You just annoying when you're losing. This right here, this is what Bill Belichick had. I think he walked out mid question, if I'm not mistaken. Here we go.
Quarterback's got something that you plan on doing in practice this week?
Game's just over. Game's over an hour ago.
Bill, was the plan coming into the game for both quarterbacks to play?
Told everybody to be ready to go. I think we covered that. I think they both deserve to play. So
the plan was for both to actually play?
I told everybody to be ready to go.
Bro, answer the damn question. I understand you frustrated, so yes or no? Yes or no? That's all you got to do, dog.
Was the start
okay.
Form with practice?
Good. Thank you.
You can't be no baby. You can't be no big baby and walk out because you're getting beat. This is your decision.
But you and let's also be very real. Just like I like to watch this train wreck, you don't think that those reporters know that there's more train wrecks to be watched? You don't think that they're going to keep asking you these stupid questions, get the same stupid response out of you? You would have been better off saying, hey, man, we didn't get it done. Hey, at this point, I need to go back and watch the tape and figure out where we can be better. Hey, you could have even said at this very moment, I'm a little frustrated on the way that the game played out. If you give me a little time, I'll be able to tell you a little bit more. That's really any of those are what you could have done, but you didn't really do any of that. So the fact that you didn't do anything, it's blood in the water, and we want to see the train wreck. And you haven't been. The other part is you haven't ever been nice to these people. Ever. You never being nice. They own your ass, big dog. They looking for you.
Yeah.
And when they get you, and now they know they got you in the fell clutch, they finna try to tear you up.
And they are. They're going to get you. They're going to get you.
And we can tell you anything. Hey, man, when you meet people, be nice to people, be polite to people, because eventually the same butts you may kick may be the ass you may need to kiss. And it's tight.
It is. It's rough, man. It's rough. So that was news around the league. And then finally, I told y'all the Falcons were going undefeated in the division. I thought we were going to go 12-5, 11-6, but obviously that's not going to happen because we tricked off some games earlier because Arthur Smith is a fool. But we beat the Saints. Thank goodness. 24-15. That defense held the Saints out of the end zone. They did not score a touchdown. They scored 5 field goals. This was the Thanksgiving game. It was the 50 years of Atlanta hip-hop celebration, and everybody was lit, including my man, Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is the funniest guy in the NFL, by far. So Atlanta had Ludacris drop out of the top. They had everybody. They had T.I. walk out the team. They had Big Boy and J.I.D. and everybody.
We did not need Ludacris dropping from the sky. Sorry.
It was fire though. And as Jameis liked it, and then you had Quavo at the top of the dome on the skywalk. You had everybody. It was a fire. You had Jeezy perform. You had everybody there except for Lil Jon. It was fire. I don't know. I'd have laughed so hard. Let's look at Jameis going off. It be Mo dead.
Jameis just slapped him on the back of the neck. He better than him, bro.
Jameis was trying to get him. Yeah, Jameis needs to start. James was trying to get Derek Carr going, and this is what Derek Carr did. He ended up throwing a pick six to Jesse Bates as they were going to score, and that defense played well, and Jesse Bates had a 92-yard interception return for a touchdown that kind of took some of the wind out of the sails of the Saints, as well as that Falcons defense was hitting. It was hitting hard. They got Chris Olave, who was basically, it was Chris Olave against everybody else. And Chris Olave, they knocked him out of the game with a concussion. I saw when they did it too. They body slammed him to the ground. They said, "No, sir. Get well soon." And
See
Jesse
you next
Bates,
season, big dog. Oh no, we played him again at the end, huh?
Yeah.
But either
Jesse
way,
Bates may be the best free agent signing of the offseason. I don't know. I get off the top of my head that I can think of. I don't
for sure
really
for the
see
Falcons.
anybody.
I mean, hell, let's be real. This is the second or third game he didn't want us.
Yeah, he beat the Panthers. Remember, he had 2 picks against the Panthers.
Oh, and he had like 12 tackles this game. He went bonkers.
Yep. And the defense, I'm not going to lie to you, with this game, the defense had to win the game because Arthur Smith was doing stupid plays like this. If you're looking and you play football, and you can see the arrow right here. The arrow, this is the center. It goes center, guard, tackle. Sometimes tight end. This is the center. This is the left guard. This is the right guard. This is the left tackle. There is a giant missing person on the right side of the offensive line because he decided to put our right tackle in an unbalanced line to the left tackle, and we look like we run into wing T. This would be cool if you ran to the left side of the line. You know what he did instead? He ran the option to the right side against the unblocked defender. And we ended up, I was like, yo, if y'all have a chance, go follow me on Facebook. Follow me on Instagram.
Follow me.
There is a thread that says Falcons Saints, my reactions. My first comment was this play. I said, fire Arthur Smith. Because this is the dumbest thing I have seen other than running a reverse on the 2-yard line to your tight end. I don't understand what he's thinking here. I think the Falcons defense should be like the Steelers defense and be upset and get everybody out of there. If you don't fire this man, I will. Somebody has got to go because Arthur Smith is an awful coach. He's getting worse by the week. It's like he's succumbing to the pressure and the nerves. He's getting worse and worse and worse. There's no way you thought this play was going to work. No tackle? You run to the side with no tackle?
I don't have a good answer for him.
There's not one.
Really.
Sorry. I don't want to look at that shit no more. Go ahead.
And he frustrates me because he's another one that reinforces bad behavior. We played a terrible game. We should have lost the game. The only thing that really helped us out was the Saints suck.
And he did feed the ball to Bijan. He finally fed the ball to Bijan.
But not nearly enough. You want to know why? Because we had to have Desmond Ridder in the game who can't barely complete a pass. Like it's I don't know what to say. We won this game. We
fire Arthur Smith. I know what to say. I'm gonna say it. They done messed around and said he's gonna be here next year. I'm gonna say it 16 weeks in a row. Unless we win the Super Bowl, which unless I don't know what we got to go. They got to do something. Terry Fontenot, you saved your job because you went and got Jesse Bates. But if you will be on the hot seat next year too, if you don't fire Arthur Smith, if this continues, because Bijan Robinson had 120.
I don't think Terry Fontenot I don't think he has the ability to do that. I don't think that's in his pay grade. I think that's
fire Arthur Smith. He's the general manager.
I don't think that he has the ability to do that.
Then this is a very poorly run organization. If the GM can't fire the coach, the GM can hire the coach. Why the GM can't fire the coach? That's poorly run.
Did he hire? Yeah, I think that's.
They hired him and then they hired Arthur Smith.
I think that's a package deal. I don't think either one of them has any say about the other one. Just to be completely honest, I think that's a Arthur Blank decision only.
Well, let me tell you something right now. If there's anything I've learned in corporate America, you better cover your ass. CYA. Sell that man up the river because he is anchoring down your ship, brother. Cut him loose. Let him go.
Way up the river, too, boy.
He got to go. Listen, he's got to go. Because, look, man, I will say Arthur Smith did. I mean, one thing he can do is run the ball. And I was screaming in here, why does Algier only have 2 rushes for 7 yards? And I like Cordero Patterson. I love that they were playing well, but there's no reason that we shouldn't rush for 250 to 300 yards a game. You have 3 backs. Cordero Patterson was killing the Saints. He was killing the Saints in the first half. Algier, he actually, I kind of see what Arthur Smith was doing. He kind of used him as the closer, right? You had Bijan, who was electric. You used as your every down back, but when you needed somebody to like take their will, he put in Algier, and Algier was playing pretty well. But at the end of the day, see what I mean? This is in the fourth quarter to like seal the game and get the field goal for Koo. Algier basically got all his stuff in the fourth quarter. If you play all 3 of these dudes, I'm not showing that guy, he's trash. But if you play all 3 of these guys and go get a quarterback, in the first quarter, oh my God, on the first drive, Kyle Pitts had 1 catch for 11 yards. I said, oh my God. The next play, Drake London, 1 catch for 20 yards. I said, oh, here we go. You know, Kyle Pitts ended up with at the end of the game, 2 catches for 20 yards. I said, man, we ain't throw him the ball no more. We ain't throw him the ball no more.
He's going to get away from us, and I'm going to be upset because we shouldn't do that, but we don't have another answer.
Well, apparently we tried to trade him because I'm pretty sure he already told y'all I'm not resigning. Try to trade him to the Bengals, but they didn't turn in the paperwork on time.
I don't have an answer, but I wouldn't come back. Why would you come back to this? It's ghetto here. Real ghetto. No thanks.
It is. So
wish y'all the best of luck. Yeah, hey, thank you for the opportunity, but I'm not wasting any more of my time or my career with you guys. You guys stink.
It's not even you guys, because the team is good. The team is good enough.
I'm lumping y'all together, bro. Y'all figure this out together. Or don't.
So we ended up getting a win. I think we're going to end up winning the division. We are in first place. Sneaky, it feels great to be in first place South. I mean, we're 5-6. It is what it is. Next week, we play... Who do we play next week? Let's see. I pull it up real quick. Next week, the Falcons play... at the New York Jets. That's going to be another 9-3 game. Or whatever. The Falcons, because we do defend the run well, and the Jets can only run the ball. This is a team that is mirrored. You have 2 teams that can't throw, they're terrible quarterbacks, a lot of talent, and they're just gonna run the ball. That's all it is. So I hope we beat the Jets. It's at New York. I think it'll come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and I hope we win. But I don't have no faith in Desmond Ridder. And we're going with Desmond Ridder. I don't have no faith in Arthur Smith. And we're going with Arthur Smith. We do have this easiest schedule outside of the Jets. I think we play the Saints again, the Bucks again, the Panthers again, and then we play like another terrible team the week after that. So we should be able to do something. And I hope that we end up going 9-6, but I doubt it.
I'm gonna tell you this though. Can we get an update on Taylor Heineke? I mean, just,
Well, they said no matter what, they've committed to Desmond Ridder. He is the starting quarterback going forward.
I think that there is a high propensity that he is he's shell-shocked against the Jets.
In Chicago and Indianapolis. That's all we got. The Jets, Tampa Bay, Carolina, Indianapolis, Chicago, and New Orleans. We should win all those games.
If you ain't learned nothing by now, just stop saying that. Just stop saying it.
Yeah, because all my teams do that, including the Hawks.
Every time we say it, it just makes it worse because we know it. It's not like we don't know it, Reggie. We said the same thing last year. We say the same thing. I'm starting to feel like Pinky in the Brain, and we just do the same shit. And then every year we have this plan, and then it just falls apart, but it ain't really nothing we could do. Same thing here, man. I just want Taylor Heineke to be healthy. And when things go left, put him in the game.
I will say we had a Van Jefferson sighting this game. He had a couple catches, couple clutch catches.
I think he's a decent pickup. I like to have him back next year. You know, at least, you know,
Max
Scotty
Hollins
Miller, you can go. But I think Van Jefferson for a late edition, he came in and did more than, you know,
he lost that game.
Which we had in the whole season.
Tennessee, he dropped that ball. No. That would have got us to the win.
I wish he had been there for camp, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I mean, I wish we didn't need to sign him.
You
we
play
needed to
receiver
sign him
for
because we
long
were trash.
enough. You're just gonna drop one. You're gonna drop an unfortunate one. I'm mad, but I'm also, it ain't the end of the world for me either. I want a guy who we can count on. Like that's what means the most to me.
Yep. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a long football segment. But hey, dog, it's getting down to clutch time, man.
It's short.
It's championship time. It's playoff time. So, you know, we got a lot to cover. Don't worry. At the end of December, y'all gonna be like, dang, man, I wish football was here. We talked about nothing but basketball. But it is what it is. With that being said, we about to talk about basketball though. CP and Scott Foster, Jordan Poole stealing. We bringing it back. Stealing money. Y'all stay tuned. We will be right back. 30 seconds. We appreciate you tuning in. Remember, like, follow, subscribe. We'll be right back with our final segment of tonight, the basketball segment. Y'all.
But no yeet, so street, a nigga everything he seeming to be. Where we at? Scurvy nigga from Detroit made it big off the lo-fi. I came from making pallets on the floor, but now we multi. Tied in like a bow tie. Out of work, call me Hawkeye. What do you call a pig that don't fly straight a fucking horse side? Frenchie Montana dropping more glass than Warside. All this money I be staring at, it got me cross-eyed. Don't get caught in the crosshairs, them blocks that get you hog-tied. Don't piss me off or you get chalked the same way that your boss died. These niggas, they just talk slide. Behind the line of scrimmage, get caught off sides. Don't make me click the switch, you know we ill-advised. Cleaning out my closet full of choppers, ain't got shit to hide. Skeleton AP bus with baguette, price at $4.65. When niggas sent for me, who took the hit, he should've quit his job. We cooked the beef and grilled him with the stick, now he a shish kebab. About an hour from Chesapeake, somewhere remixing pies. By the powers invest in me, now you may kiss the bride. 365, 25-8, and triple OT. No need the GPS, the route I got it memorized. All I need in this world of sin is a 36, a dirty stick, and a base rental from Enterprise. Sipping this Red Bull on the road, she got me energized. Way I touched down at the goal post was just a gift from God. Brainwashed by the money. She got me hypnotized, my only problem is a watch I'ma wear in which whip to drive.
Hey yo, my shit broke guitar, Dolce overalls, break it down to H, you know the protocol, you know what stove involved. Been in the drums, how you running dark and flipping, tripping. I seen one nigga hop a Porsche like Blake Griffin, my shooter stay sniffing. My yank different, he lift his face from the plate, thought it was Christmas, over $1,000 dishes wishing. In Honolulu, Dior daddy shorts looking Nunu. But never called me Nunu if I never knew you. Got twin bitches with fake titties blowing my dice at the Caesars. Them stones too cloudy, little nigga, them ain't Gia. My wrist dancing like Sammy Davis. Mason soon on Pappy Mason.
When push come to shove, that's brass knuckles underneath the glove. Push the envelope to the judge, less than $250,000 on that stubborn bitch won't budge. We knew what it was before they shooters even pulled up. The whole situation reeked of some niggas hating. Where did you get your street education? What have your OGs done? How many blocks did they run? You way too old for niggas to send you on missions like they sons. My nappy dread, thoroughbreds, innocent 6, hun. Cops pulled it over looking for guns, but this the money cost, so they can't link us up, no Rico law. We eating over here, we spilling pico sauce, dripping on the Gucci tablecloth. She landed and came to my palace and she took it off. She said the scent of my candles had her dazzled, and then she felt compelled to pull a scandal off. But they could only call it that if we get caught, baby. You dealing with a boss. We do our dirt and get lost. Billy Valentine, these record labels, Mortimer and Randolph. Trading places, exchanging some blues for all my old faces. Changing states is a small way. Maintain that paper in many different ways. Android is sharp as a laser.
I mean, you have a big section, a pretty big section of Philadelphia that is just going down. I mean, these abandoned homes, people, I mean, you know, not able to, I would say, pay their taxes or keep their house up. I mean, you got people living in these, you know, in these homes. I mean, they're being turned into shooting galleries. I mean, crime happens, rape, prostitution.
Freezer, just as sure as mama birthday, boy, my men are murking. Better grip up on that toaster when my men are approaching. 1 cent for they thoughts is a penny loafer. In the booth, in the trenches, laying $1 million vocals. Out Malibu surfing, we the winner circle. Still I hurt you, we get at you through your inner circle. Slide through, grip up your base, you know the inner workings. Homeboy starting in the race, they'll be in the hearse soon. My crew get work the goons, supplying folks with work, how we work the room. Summertime got the top down, earth the moon. I'm the best nigga doing this, leave out with my influences. It's part 2, we right back where we left off. Free and Vinny Paz getting cash, what y'all just saw. Check the spot down, then we dip it like we duck sauce. Y'all could be like us, but you gotta get the rust off, nigga. Oh Lord, I came here to do my thing, nigga. Oh Lord, show won't be over if they make me take it overboard. Nigga. Oh Lord, I came here to make my name ring. Oh Lord, take them to the ocean and I throw them niggas overboard.
Yeah, servitude to God. Black banners and we swearing through y'all. The omniscient, the certitude, the song. This Bushmaster XM will turn you to a blog. I know a couple Billies, so I know his blood. Super lover, see it, Casanova run. Paul C, he drinking milk and he know the plug. Yeah, I stole the body and sold the love. I robbed the neighbor and rock a glacier. I'm talking lots of paper and Occam's razor. You is not the maker, you not creator. This is the hot equator and God the savior. You never miss your deadline. Motherfuckers even swipe your card or doing fair time. Yeah, we move to work to discreet channels. There's bodies everywhere, this shit is complete shambles. Idiot.
Oh Lord, I came here to do my thing, nigga. Oh Lord, show won't be over if they make me take it overboard. Nigga. Oh Lord.
Chances ran out along the line. Let go forever. The love that we shared had faded in time.
Let's pipe it up. Let's go. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go. True. Pretty pussy having that.
Tony, I'm like, who you getting mad at? Gonna send the address. You know you deserve the Pretty Pussy Award. I'm cold like the climate. Once I get behind it, you know you deserve the Pretty Pussy Award. I like it when it's waxed now. Tony with the facts now. Late night, Waffle House, we got matching hash brown. You got that stage presence. You say you schooling these hoes, gonna teach a lesson. My plane land at 6, you got the landing strip. You like to take a bubble bath with the candle lit. You can tell I'm the man. by the manuscript. You know I play with the click like an instrument. I like that splash sound, that squeaky shit, you can hear it in the background. Sound like I'm stirring mac and cheese in your lap now. I hit it missionary, then I turn it back round. Facts now. I'm like, who you getting mad at? Gonna send the address, you know you deserve the pretty pussy award. I'm cold like the climate, once I get behind it, you know you deserve the pretty pussy award.
Who you getting mad at? We ain't finna have that. Your pretty pussy perfect, pristine, pure pecan ass. Digging and I'm searching like fiends, looking in trash bags. Pump it till I squirt gasoline on a gas mask. You deserve some hand claps. See through dress and red wrap, no pantyhose.
Where's your camera?
Camera told giraffe neck. Playing that hole like Grand Theft. It's not a game. She popped my chain. I popped the painkiller. She popped that pussy until Papa came. Pretty
That's what I've been waiting on.
juicy, gushy couture. Booty softer than velour. I fuck her until she snore. All sooky looking into her eyes as they sparkle. I arrive, treat a kid just like the red carpet.
I'm like, who you getting mad at? Gonna send the address, you know you deserve the pretty pussy award. I'm cold like the climate, once I get behind it, you know you deserve the pretty pussy award.
Only thing better than pussy is new pussy. And
And we're back. All right, there you go. Okay, you appeared. I was about to say. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our final segment of the of episode 130 of the SplashCast Monday Night Raw, the around the league edition. Our basketball segment got a few things we're gonna talk about today. For those that, sorry if you heard the behind the scenes, we had to get the camera straight. Got a few things we're going to talk about today. Before we get to the Hawks, man, let's talk about what kind of has impressed me the last couple days. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks. A fan looked Jalen Brunson in the eye against the Miami Heat in the in-season tournament. And if you know that if you don't know, the Heat and the Knicks are a huge rivalry. A fan looked Jalen Brunson in the eye and told him, "This is embarrassing," while New York was down 21. Jalen then the Knicks come back and beat Miami 100-98, and he has 8 points in the final 3 minutes to win the game. Jalen Brunson, again, I think you said it was an overpay, I've never seen somebody get signed and then become an underpay almost immediately. Like what he's doing for the Knicks, and shout out to Julius Randle. He's been getting a lot of flack, and then all of a sudden he's found his game. It seems like a lot of these players just had to kind of get in rhythm for the season, because Trey's another one of them that we'll talk about. But Jalen Brunson seems like he's always ready to go, and he's the leader that the Knicks needed. They probably are one player short, but he's still the leader that the Knicks needed.
I was impressed because he said a player looked him directly into his eyes.
A fan.
And said, "Hey, this is embarrassing." And that's more embarrassing when somebody acknowledges like that you're just not really getting it done. And I like at the end of the day, the awareness to be like, "Hey, this is embarrassing. We got to fix this," and then to be able to take that time to make it work. Whatever you're like, we can discuss his skill level at a different time, but at this very like that ability, I got to give him 100% credit for.
He's what the Knicks needed.
I love this, and yeah, I mean, when there are so many players who won't like take that. And won't necessarily take it the wrong. I feel like there are so many other players that take that the wrong way. He took that as constructive criticism and said, "Hey, man, let me go out and not embarrass myself."
And He basically put the team on his back. He is now. I will say, watching him play, he's really clutch. In the fourth quarter, when it's time for him to make a play and nobody else is doing something, he is that guy that they need, and that they can go to.
He's kind of putting himself into the Jimmy Butler category of guys who is difficult to quantify how good they are, because
Jimmy,
the stats may not like wow you, but hey, when it's time, it's time.
Can you imagine him on Miami?
Exactly, instead of Fat Lowry. So you like that part to me is where it's like, all right, well, it's kind of the same way I kind of feel about Jamal Murray too. There are going to be a bunch of players who have a bunch better stats, but when it's time to win games, those are three guys I feel very comfortable if they're on my team that we have at least a puncher's chance.
I agree. Yeah, your microphone is going through your headphones. On the opposite end of that, in Jalen Brunson, as the Knicks are better than the Hawks at this point to me. And on the opposite end of that is Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole has figured out a way to make a fool out of himself almost every game. We talked about him on the him in the timeout. Sorry, him in the timeout when he wasn't paying attention and saying, "Shut the F up, I got this. This is my team," and then didn't know the play and was trying to walk and went out there and messed up. Then against Milwaukee, Poole thought the game clock and shot clock would stop when you roll the ball up the court. The thing is, that only happens in the last 2 minutes of the quarter. The game clock will stop when it's 4 minutes. The game clock automatically starts when the ball is inbounded. If it's before the 2 minute warning, well, they don't have a 2 minute warning. Before 2 minutes left in the quarter. Poole didn't know that. At this point, Kevin Garnett said he doesn't deserve to be in the league, which is, I think Poole's talent deserves for him to be in the league. I don't think he deserves to have his own team. I think Poole's ceiling is 6-man. Jordan Poole is not a starter. He's not a leader of the team. He's not a point guard. He needs to be a 6-man to just come in and cook and take him out the game when he starts messing up. But the thing is, he's being paid, and the Warriors did this. He's being paid starter money. And when you play starter, the shot clock doesn't run. You're right, Kev. The shot clock doesn't run, but the game clock runs. And he's being paid starter money. When you get paid starter money and this is your team, you can't mess that up.
I don't know if y'all going to be able to hear me. I don't know what the issue is with my mic right now. But you have to, first of all, have enough awareness to know that that's the whole purpose of the shot clock not advancing, is that allows you to kill time and then get the ball to half court and still have a full 24-second clock. So I don't know what you thought was going to happen. That's basketball. That's low-level, simple basketball strategy. Like, do you not watch these players do this all the time? Like, his basketball IQ is low. Does he belong in the NBA? Absolutely. He just needs to be humble.
And the Wizards
He's still a good basketball player.
Nobody's going to take him. The Wizards are stuck. Wes Unseld is tight. Like, you are stuck with this guy for at least another year because he signed that 4-year deal, $130 million. So it's $32.5 million a year. So nobody's going to take on 3 years, $100 million for a player that doesn't know that the shot clock is the only thing that doesn't start in 4 minutes to the ball starts.
But I hate when teams do this because that was your strategy. The reason that OKC is where they are is because they stayed on their strategy. Their strategy was to collect players and picks, players and picks, players and picks. If your thing was we're taking this bad contract, then don't get into year one. Don't get into game 15, 16, 17, and then abandon the strategy you just came up with. This is how you perpetually just suck. If that's what you did, then you got to rock with this. You got to give your coach the time to coach this sorry ass team and be okay with it.
He won't get that, and that's what I'm saying. He won't get the time though. He's not gonna get the time. OKC also changed coaches. Like he's not gonna get the time. Remember when they started this, they had Billy Donovan, right? So I mean, they're not. Billy Donovan was a coach. He was a coach at OKC.
Now, but he didn't start. He wasn't there for the rebuild. Once the rebuild came, he was.
He wasn't there for. Where was he there for? Paul George and Russell Westbrook. Oh well, yeah.
When they decided that they weren't trying to win anymore, he moved. I mean, he moved on
to a place where he didn't win. I get it. Other news in basketball, he didn't. I mean, Chicago. Yeah, that was a quick scope. That needs one of those. Chicago.
Billy Donovan left OKC in 2019 after going 31 and 41.
Yeah, he was there with Shai. Shai was drafted in
No. Actually, no. His last season in OKC, they went 44 and 28. Nah, he ain't never been there for a bad OKC season.
So he was just, they decided like we gonna punt.
They won 55 games, 47 games, 48 games, 49 games, 44 games, and then he went to Chicago. Yeah, he didn't have a losing season in OKC.
Yeah, he wasn't there for the. You're right. He wasn't there for the rebuild. What has dominated the headlines in basketball this week, though? Chris Paul and Scott Foster. I mean, we've talked about it multiple times. Everybody's talked about it on Twitter, and at this point, Chris Paul is 3-17 in games officiated by Scott Foster. In the last game, Chris Paul basically called Scott Foster a female dog. He got hit with a technical foul and keeps talking, and then he got ejected. And at this point, Chris Paul, now everybody knows Chris Paul, you know, you call him a dirty player or whatever. He bends the rules. He there is no line in between legal and illegal. But one thing he doesn't really do is chirp at referees. Like, he doesn't really get into it with refs. He gets into it with players. He does what he has to do to win, but he doesn't get into it with the refs. And to be 3-17 against Scott Foster, I mean, common sense would tell you that you need to look into this. And at this point, Chris Paul explains that what it is with Scott Foster and why he's so upset and hates playing with him and calls him the names. And this is what he's saying.
Yeah, we had a situation some years ago, and it's personal. You know what I mean? Like, the league know, everybody know. It's been a meeting and all that, and it's just a situation with my son, and so it's, so I'm okay with a ref talking, you know, saying whatever, saying just don't use a tech to get your point across. You know what I mean? So I got to do a better job making sure I stay on the floor for my teammates. But yeah, that's that.
And what's interesting is, he said that it's an issue with his son. And he said that the league knows about it and that there was a meeting about it. Again, as a new father, nobody at my place of employment can talk about my child. I don't care what I'm doing or not doing. And if there has been such a meeting between these two and Scott Foster, and it's been documented and the league knows, Adam Silver, we've been praising you for the job you've done as commissioner. It's been a rocky 2 years now. You've had a lot of situations. I don't know if I'm Chris Paul. I don't know what else. I don't know if I can play in games with Scott Foster. You got to. I don't know what to do. I think the league shouldn't allow Scott Foster to officiate Chris Paul games anymore. Because he was head of the Players Association, if I'm not mistaken, for a long time. So there's no way that people don't know. There's no way.
Correct. So in that, you said a whole lot at the same time. Number one, if he's been the head of the Players Association, he can do NBA business and clearly can do it without all of these shenanigans. So, that part. Number two, if you have, first of all, the 3-17 is egregious. And before, it just got to like 3-17.
He was 0-15.
It was like, exactly. It was real bad for a while. I don't know if this falls under the competition committee. It sounds like something to me, or the Players Association. But there should definitely be something. This should not. This is I guess this is an HR problem. Like at my job, this would be an HR problem. We would have to get HR involved. We would find a mediator, and maybe you're right. We don't need to work at the same time. There are more than enough referees that we just don't put these two guys together because it's a volatile situation, and you move on. At the end of the day, you're trying to provide entertainment for the fans. This is not entertaining to anybody. It actually takes away from the game because every time that they play is going to be mess. So, all right, well, we got
and he's going to lose.
Basketball players and many referees. This partnership, all right, you just put them in different places and move on. Like, we all work jobs. We all got to work together.
And now that gambling is legal, like, at this point, at 3, I'd never bet for Chris. Whenever Chris Paul plays Scott Foster, you got to take because at this point, this is egregious. Like he's clearly showing bias.
Outside of basketball now. It has nothing to do with basketball. Number one, I didn't even think about betting. I just bet. Whatever I can bet that Chris Paul is not going to flourish. I know that Scott Foster gonna give him hell. And I mean, look, he went 0-15. So I mean, the money has made itself. The proof is in the pudding already. But the next point is you have a referee who has that much control over players' success or failure. If I play, and I could see if Chris Paul wasn't arguably one of the top 5 greatest point guards of all time. If he was a regular player, you go 0-15, but ain't got nothing to do with me. Chris Paul is a legitimate basketball player, though. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer without question. They call him the point guard, and then he get to you, and he regular.
And if I'm Chris Paul, I'm big mad because you done. And it's like they make Scott Foster call his game. He done called him in Western Conference Finals. He done called his games in the finals.
You put me in a lot of situations, and especially when soon as the kid thing came up, like you're playing with my career now. Like he says if he said something about my kid at that point, I can slap the shit out of him. Like at the end of the day, it's not unreasonable. And you keep putting me in this situation with this man who has a level of authority over to a lot to my career, and he said something about my kid. That's where I am with a lot of people is. Why do you keep asking me to be the bigger person?
Why do I have to be the bigger person? Why don't they correct their behavior?
I don't mind being the bigger person sometimes. It comes with life, maturity, all of that. But you continuously put this man right here in big games for me and then ask me to control myself when I'm giving my team, because he's not like a quitter or a loafer. Chris Paul gonna give you everything that he got. And as the NBA, I'm giving you all that I have too. I'm going out every night to perform to the best of my abilities. You have to help me out or we're gonna have a problem. But that's the reason people act out. Yep. I haven't been given another option. I keep telling y'all this man don't like me. This man has said something about my kids. Well, when I finally, lose it all and slap somebody, I'm gonna be wrong. Or I'm a Draymond choke him. Then I'm gonna be wrong, right? But the whole time I've warned you 4 or 5 different times that this man is bothering me.
Yep. So that's the headlines in the NBA. I'm interested to see
the headlines
how
for life. Draymond choked them people at your job when they don't listen.
Adam Silver, I've said it before. Adam Silver has hit a rough patch as commissioner. He's had a lot of little, just small issues. You've had the Josh situation. You now have Chris Paul and Scott Foster. You've had other situations. Zion.
Zion and Josh Giddey.
No comment, Josh. NCJG. No comment, Josh Giddey. You got that going on. Now John Moran ain't breaking no law, or wasn't accused of breaking no law. Except strip club. Yeah, that was breaking law. And y'all suspended him immediately. Josh Giddey out here being Mr. Nasty Man, allegedly.
Person.
Social media.
So many videos. I don't know what to say about that, but
I do. Nasty man, nasty man.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the young lady. I guess
she's 15.
But like, I don't know. I don't know that I'm not bumping here. But I know that the internet will make up some stuff too. So I would but I do think that this is a very simple look. It's a click. Ma'am, can you do me a favor? Can you show me your identification card? And if that ID don't have the right number on it, then, we out of here type of thing. It is. I'm saying that I'm not that familiar with the situation. I've seen the pictures with him and the young lady.
I ain't got to be familiar, big dog. I know what 15 is. You better pull a Scotty Barnes.
I think that, oh boy, he faded. He shot that shot and unshot that shot before the shot hit the clock. He said, "Oh no." But yeah, I think this should be a pretty fast investigation, and not fast and not giving him time to go through the protocols. But I think this is
suspended until you get it cleared. If somebody else, Josh Giddey, I'm not gonna say that. I ain't gonna play the race card. But if it were a lot of other people, they would be suspended until they finish the investigation.
No, I mean you got to remember this is the same thing that happened with your boy
Malone,
the baseball player. And he just disappeared.
Who?
Plays for Tampa Bay Devil Ray player who got into the
oh yeah, they just sent him to Siberia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
And you got Wander Franco placed on leave. And you already got somebody else, and you see how that situation spiraled so long. You would think it'd be, it's so bad.
It's ugly.
They just got that team together. That's the reason that that's the reason we like sports and we like to report on them, is because there's always a story behind the story. There's a story on, Ja's been suspended for 25 games. He is sinking the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies I don't know how they get into the playoffs, given everybody else the head start in the West.
Well, they better go. But they traded for Marcus Smart, didn't they? Yeah, they don't know if they have a first round pick. But
So and I mean the same thing here with Josh Giddey. They're playing damn good basketball. They're playing the best basketball. They're playing better than I think people expected them to play. Them and the Rockets are and the Magic and the Timberwolves are just surprises. Mm-hmm. And then you get this team together, and I just saw somewhere where they were like, "Oh no, well, you trade your." They're talking about trading all of their first round picks this year.
The Grizzlies?
No, OKC.
Oh, to get better play. Well, you can trade Josh Giddey.
No, not to get better players, because their players are playing good enough that we don't need these picks. I'll trade you. You need a pick now? Which one of these picks you want? You give me one and a pick swap later, or give me the Lakers y'all want to pick right now. You can get it. Just give me that one in 2030. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. So I mean, like I said,
you could repurpose these next year's picks. You could be like, hey, I just give me 2 later. Give me a first in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it could happen. Michael Irvin is on TV, so he does get his nails done. That's wild. But
what you thought? OG playmaker would get his nails done?
No. I think because he used to bite his nails. He bit him down to the quick that he now gets like the full nail put on there. Like he gets his nails done like acrylic.
Oh, like he don't have the nail or nail bed anymore type of thing. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, those were the topics for. Kev says Josh Giddey is expendable on that team, which I mean, with all them picks, you can go get somebody to replace him because Josh Giddey
expendable, but I'm not. I'm there's a difference in being expendable and I'll give it away.
Well, you're gonna have to if it's you gotta do something. Are they gonna get some compensatory picks or something? Because he may be in jail.
That guy is. Thoughts and prayers to all parties involved. I hope they get to the bottom of it. But I would suggest Adam Silver. Adam Silver, you stop playing with that because you're going to look real crazy the longer you just let that rock.
Yep. So those were the headlines. I mean, the 76ers just beat the Lakers by 44 points tonight. They beat to the death.
Excuse me?
138-94. They beat them by 44 points.
They tearing up Malika Andrews again, dude.
We'll
man, you have nothing to say about Josh Giddey.
Yeah. But let's talk about the Hawks, man. So the Hawks, the last 4 games last week, we played the Pacers, the Nets, the Wizards, and the Celtics. The Pacers was the play-in tournament game. The Nets, the Wizards were home games, I believe. No, they were on the road, and then we went to the Celtics. We went 2-2. I said we needed to win, go 3 out of. I wanted us to win 3 out of 4 in this game, in this run. I think we could have won 3 out of 4. And Embiid sat the whole fourth quarter, and it was up by 44, and they won by 44. The most disappointing loss or the most disappointing game out of this one was the Pacers. The Pacers, we were up by 21 points in the first half. We scored 80 points in the first half.
86
points, and we lost. And the thing about this game is we were up by 21 points at halftime. By the end of the third quarter, by the midway through the third quarter, the game was tied. Now, we played bad defense. The whole team played bad defense. But I will say the Pacers they got so hot that they were hitting fall away 3-point shots at the buzzer contested. Like they were playing out of they were hitting shots. Halliburton just decided he is the best point guard in the game right now. I mean Steph Curry, I guess, because he's technically a point guard, but Steph's a shooting guard. But in terms of controlling and running a team right now, Halliburton is it. And you couple that with bad defense, and the Pacers beat the Hawks. They beat the Hawks. They just beat us. We gave that game away.
So I watched this game. I think I watched all of these games beginning to end, specifically the Pacers game. I was watching the game, and we could not miss. We hit every shot worth shooting. We shot from everywhere. Bucket. Everybody had a bucket. Bucket. And, I'm in the group chat talking to you guys the whole time. So I asked y'all, I'm like, hey, man, it's halftime. We up 86. We got 86 points at halftime. I think that I should be excited.
They got 73.
But that's exactly what I said. But they got 73 points. And then the next question was, are we going to have to play any defense? And after that, that was the end of it. Now, I will tell you, as much as, and I'm trying to be a more resigned Atlanta Hawks fan this year, I have questions about the leadership. I have questions about I'll be very honest, I have questions about coaching and I have questions about the strategy. But I'm just trying to go along with it to see how it plays out and stay optimistic. With that said, the Pacers are a more annoying team than us. They play less defense. They don't
They're
even
the worst defensive team in the
defense.
league. Worst defensive team in the league.
They just let you that they think that, hey man, we're gonna outscore you. I hate that strategy. I hate the strategy for the NBA. I wish they would stop doing it for whatever reason. That's just the game plan that everybody has now. So it is what it is on that. That is infuriating to me, but I'm stuck. I don't have a good answer for that. But I don't know what to expect out of this team. I feel like if we play against a team that can make buckets, we're going to lose. Our only strategy is to just outscore you. We don't even consider playing defense. And I don't think that that's going to win us a ton of games for sure. And I don't think that that doesn't make me feel good as far as the playoffs. The other issue is what's our record again, Reggie?
500, 8-8.
Where were we at all season last year, Reggie?
500, 41-41.
So now we went the whole last season, the most mid team in NBA history. We never got above 2 games above or 2 games below 500. Now we're 16 games, which is damn near the first lap of this season, and still 500. We fired Nate for this?
Well, yeah, Nate had to go because he wouldn't play Jalen. But
it's the same. Like, you're right, but it's 6 on one, half a dozen on the others. The result is the same.
So what I'm noticing about the Hawks, and specifically, there's one person that I notice who they get more flustered and out of the game faster than any other person I've seen is DeAndre Hunter. DeAndre Hunter in this game got 2 quick fouls. And when DeAndre Hunter, I listened to Locked On Hawks podcast, shout out to Brad Rowland. I listened to a lot of podcasts about the Hawks and about stats specifically. When DeAndre Hunter gets 2 quick fouls, 2 or more quick fouls, he is no good for the rest of the game. He had 7 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, was minus 11, and had the worst third quarter I've seen of a Hawks player in a long time. He bounced back against the Nets. He bounced back against the Wizards. He played decently against the Celtics. But you are supposed to be our defensive stopper. That's why you got the money. You didn't get the money to score. We got scoring. We got Trey, who's going to take the shots. Who, quietly as kept, has gotten better. He tied for the team lead in steals. And it was actually only a -2 in this game with Halliburton going crazy. You know what you get with DeJounte Murray, Mr. Consistent. If he's having a bad offensive game, he's gonna give you good defense. If he's having good defense and good offense, good luck, right? Jalen Johnson, Mr. Consistent, 17-8, 17-8, 18-10, good night, 24-12. He gonna get that to you because he's just hyper. He's a hyper basketball player. Bogey gonna give you whatever it is, whatever part of the game, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, he's going to give you 15 minutes of just stellar shooting. It's going to be stellar. Everybody else got to get in line. Capella, missing the bunnies. Okongwu is starting to fall into that realm of not knowing what he wants to be. He's getting good enough to get an outside shot, but he's not quick enough to be a 4, but he's not tall enough to be the 5. He's in that middle. Even in this game, Quinn Snyder didn't put him at the 5. He put Jalen at the 5 to end the game. You remember that? We've been wanting Jalen to play the 3. But one thing Quinn Snyder cannot do, and then I'm going to digress this to you for the rest of it because I did not see the loss to the Celtics game, even though we played pretty well from what I see. Quinn Snyder has to figure out a way to – I love Sadiq Bey. I love Bogey. They cannot be on the court at the same time. Not without everybody else playing defense. Sadiq Bey was a turnstile. It's gonna sound bad, but they took turns on you, big dog. Pause if necessary. All they did was isolate you, and it was Halliburton, Buddy Hield, and they just took turns, and it was over with.
Oh, throw Trey in there. Then put Trey, Sadiq, and Bogey out there. You think we watching the All-Star game? And they're not even attempting to stop anybody.
But Trey actually has played better defense this year. He actually ripped Halliburton at the end of the game. Trey's messed up. His free throw, his clutch free throws have just gone through the shitter. But finish what you were saying.
For me, well, I mean, but I'm saying that lineup, them three out there, you're not even slowing anything down. That's the reason. And now it's crazy that I used to be mad about 30-point quarters. Now I gotta be more concerned about 40-point quarters. Like
we're at a point 39, now 46, and 38.
That's the reason. Well,
you look like USC out there. You just gotta hold us for half a quarter, and you beat us.
You know, hey, if you can get one bad shooting quarter out of us, you're gonna beat us. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason that this team is in flux. The first thing I want to say is DeAndre Hunter is gonna be traded. He's the next person to go.
Oh yeah.
This team can't continue to be 500, and he's really the only person left to trade. You can't trade Clint because
you could package him and get a center back, but then who do you get as the backup three?
That's the reason, to me, I'm taking a step back. It's because this team doesn't really make sense to me. This team doesn't have like a direction. I mean, I guess the identity is just score a bunch of points, but that can't be your game plan. Is just score a bunch of points and that's it. We never figured out the Clint Okongwu situation. We really don't have an answer about Jalen Johnson versus Sadiq Bey. We know we can't pay Sadiq Bey because that's going to put us in the luxury tax.
And we keep playing Wes Matthews over AJ Griffin, which makes zero sense. I was so excited when he played in the first quarter, and then he got sick, so he didn't play the last couple games. But Brooklyn, we won that game. It was a back-to-back. I'm proud we won that game on a back-to-back after having a 300-point game against basically a track meet. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we had nobody to stop Mikal Bridges. We had nobody to stop Canton. That's what has been. I don't know about Boston. I don't know how that game went because I missed it. I was driving back from Thanksgiving break. But every game that I've watched, we've had the lead. And we had a big lead. We've had 10 points, 15 points, 20 points. And then...
Hey, don't forget about that Celtics game. There's no Kristaps in that game.
I didn't know that. But yeah, but that game was out of hand early. I mean, they were up by 16 at halftime. We cut it to 8.
What I'm saying,
we didn't score above 30 points.
We're not hurt. Nobody on that team like down bad. We're playing full strength against the team.
Nope.
Minus
Jalen Johnson got hurt. Remember, Jalen Johnson got hurt against the Wizards, right?
Maybe. But I think that we're going to be 500. I'm going to tell you why. Because I think the bad teams we're going to beat.
Yeah.
So those teams are the Pistons, Warriors, Bulls, Hornets, Raptors, Nets. And I think the good teams we're going to lose to. The Celtics, Bucks, 76ers, Heat, Knicks, Pacers. I think that the Magic, the Cavs, and us are somewhere in the middle. Those are the games we have opportunity to steal. Outside of that, this team is what we thought they were. It's a 500 team that plays no defense.
What's sad about this is I don't know if the defense is so bad that Trey looks better or if Trey has gotten better on defense. But his on-ball defense and his communication I've watched has improved really a lot compared to how bad he was. But it seems like, again, Sadiq Bey, like you need to play him as the shooter. I mean, now on offense, he plays really, really good because he had 10 rebounds. He rebounds like a beast, but his defense is just awful.
Has to go, Rick.
He needs to stand in the corner, and they just isolate him. That's all the Pacers did was isolate Bey the whole second half. They did it the whole second half.
There is no future for Sadiq Bey in Atlanta because we're not going to go into. If you're telling me that you're willing to go into luxury tax for Sadiq Bey and not John Collins, then I know that we have the stupidest group of people in the world. And if you're not gonna go into the tax for him, then you need to move. Like you're gonna move him. My thing is,
I expect us to be active at the trade deadline. I expect it.
I mean, unfortunately, we need Hunter is probably going to have to go. I mean, I
don't know who you go get though. I don't know who you go get because you need every player that you go get. You need a defensive player. You need a defensive wing to pair along with Jalen Johnson. That's what you need. You need a defensive wing. I don't know what defensive wing you go get.
I don't know who we can.
That's ugly. That's an ugly situation too, Kev. Clippers 3 minutes away from losing with the Nuggets, without Joker and Murray. That's an ugly situation.
And I mean, like I would say, maybe like Patrick Williams. I think he needs a new. I think he needs to change the scenery, but he gonna want some money. His contract is up.
Yeah.
Now
he wants foolish money.
I don't know. Yeah. So I don't. He would need to. He wants foolish money, and he would need to take a DeAndre Hunter pay cut. I think that he's only worth maybe 3 years.
There's no way I pay Patrick Williams what I pay DeAndre Hunter. Ain't no way.
That's the reason I said he needs to take a pay cut. I'm talking about maybe 3 years, $45 million. Hunter is like
36.
No. Hunter's not that high. Hunter's like 25.
I'm talking about Patrick Williams. Patrick Williams has no offensive game. Nothing. He can't shoot. He can't dribble. He can't do nothing.
He can shoot a little bit.
A little bit get you 3 years, $36 million.
I agree. But he also plays defense. That's the difference. He plays defense.
Yeah.
But we right back to where we were last season. I'm just coasting along to see what we're gonna do here, man. We 4-6 in the last 10. I'm gonna see how it plays out.
I think you probably go look at training. We got the Cavs, Spurs, and Bucks. But before we leave that trade conversation, I think you might go look at teams that have a bevy of wings. Detroit may be a team you go look at. I don't know if they're good.
What you gonna get?
I mean, the Thompson twin is obviously out of there. He's not gonna be good. Cade Cunningham.
Oh, little robot, untouchable.
Cade Cunningham is probably one of those dudes that they're trying to build around. Everything after that, I think is you could probably go poach something.
What else do you want?
OKC, although they look like you just said they're not trying to get rid of nobody.
They're the only person who they can get rid of has a problem on the horizon right now. Now, do I think that Josh Giddey would be interesting for us? Sure. But
not Josh Giddey. The person I'm talking about that you go look at, I don't know how tall he is, though, because he really would have to play the 3. And I think he's too short. Would be Lou Dort, but he's too short.
Dort's not, he's not an option. That's the reason I'm saying Josh. I would not hate Josh Giddey at that 3 position.
You don't play no defense, do
we? Do you think we care about defense now? He averaged like 12 points. He probably gets you 6 rebounds, and he's going to pass the ball. And he's going to be able to get more shots in our offense than he will in OKC.
Yeah, but no.
Chet got the
why
Chet
you
got
that?
because Chet has the ball. Jalen Williams gonna shoot his number of shots. Shea gonna shoot a lot of shots. Like right now, they got where they have 3 players in front of him. We only have 2. It would be Trey, it would be DeJounte, and then it would be Giddey, but Giddey also gonna pass the ball. So,
or I mean, you
Hunter,
can make a play for a team.
Hunter's not giving us the defender we wanted anyway. So I mean,
the person that you go
real.
get that you possibly can go get, but it's gonna take an overpay to do it is OG Anunoby. He's the perfect fit right now for what we need at the 3. You put Jalen Johnson at the 4, Okongwu at the 5. OG Anunoby is it, and I believe he's time for a contract, but he's at $18 million a year though, so that would go up. But I would trade Sadiq Bey and Hunter for OG and a pick or 2. Like I would do that. I think the Raptors are in flux enough to do that. I think, but we gonna see.
I don't think that. I mean, I don't know if that's enticing to me either. If I'm Toronto, that's not enticing to me. You gonna replace Hunter with OG? All right, so I get
contract. You get him under contract. OG's gonna want money, and they got Grady Dick now, who plays the 2-3 because he's 6'6", so he plays the 2-3. So you're gonna have a log jam either way, and if they were gonna pay OG, they would have paid him already. There's no sense in waiting until his contract is up to pay him.
We both two teams that are that have no direction. The Raptors have less direction than we do. I will say that.
Scotty Barnes
as unhappy as I am about the way that our team is going, they don't even know who the best player on that team is.
I do. Scotty Barnes.
Oh, you're right. I forget about Scotty because you trying to figure out what to do with OG
and they got to pay him too. Matter of fact, he's averaging 19, 9, and 6 on 47% shooting.
Paid.
19, 9, and 6 on 47% shooting.
If they're smart, they move OG. They move
Siakam.
Pascal.
And keep OG.
Let them both go, and then just this Scotty, this your team.
Can you imagine Scotty and OG though at the wing with like rest scores? That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But we could sit here and talk about this all day long. The Hawks play the Cavs, Spurs, and Bucks next. I don't know. The Hawks are so frustrated. No, I don't, because the Hawks are frustrated enough that we'll beat the Cavs, lose to the Spurs, beat the Bucks. We'll lose to the Cavs, lose to the Bucks, beat the Spurs, or we'll lose all 3, or we'll win all 3. You never know.
The Cavs and the Hawks. We right there together, boy. Let me tell you that much.
Yeah, we match up pretty well with them, actually.
And we stick together. We like to be extra regular, right next to each other.
Crackhead and a heroin fiend make an ugly couple.
And and we have good games. Sometimes we win, sometimes they lose. I mean, sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. It's a game. I don't know. I think that.
I'm not making no more predictions. You told me to stop doing it. You said, "Hey, stop saying we should win. We should win." That every time. I'm not doing.
No, that's what the Falcons. The Falcons is different. Falcons is different because
Falcons too. I mean, Hawks too.
You're right. But
thank God for Georgia.
I think that we'll be lucky. I will be lucky to go 2-1. I think it's very realistic. We go
10-9, baby. We're gonna be 10-9 or 9-10. You can guarantee we're gonna be right at 500. Yeah. One up or one down.
Yeah,
bet it.
I think we probably lose to the Cavs, but the Cavs will lose a game too. And I don't know what they're doing on Amani Bates. Don't send him to Atlanta. They love to have him though, boy, because he can shoot. But we got AJ Griffin, won't let him shoot.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what we're doing because I don't know what Quinn Snyder wants to do. Well, I do know. He keeps talking about defense, and then we
shoot threes. I'm talking about. I want to shoot more threes. That's what every time he talk, we need to shoot more threes. And I'm like, are you on dope?
Bro, we shooting 33s a game. that's an 8 a quarter.
And we don't have threes have to come with long rebounds. You shoot from far away, the ball is gonna go far. We don't have enough rebounders.
We don't.
I don't know though, man. But that's the reason I'm a spectator this year. I'm gonna sit back and I'm going along with the ride.
But, ladies and gentlemen, at hour number 4, minute number 14, we have come to the end of episode 130 of the SplashCast. It is 1 a.m. and we still got 7 viewers in the audience. Shout out to the Dive team. We appreciate y'all. Hey, we need to go. I don't even know. There's nobody we can get from there. Go get Rui, maybe?
No, what happened to Cam last week? Cam Reddish was the answer to all their problems.
Got cooked today. I got to go back and probably watch the YouTube 10-minute replay.
I ain't even. He not on the roster. He might be hurt.
Yeah, he might be hurt because he hit the game-winning shot not too long, like last week. So I don't think they'll cut him that fast.
Won't play Monday. Oh, sheesh. Third straight game. Dang, that sucks. Yeah. Thank you guys for rocking with us. We have cleared out football playoff on the way. This will be the final football playoff with 4 teams. So
final Pac-12 championship. Yep. This is a whole bunch of finals.
In the Pac-12 as we know it. So yeah. If we're gonna end a bunch of historic stuff, it's gonna take a little bit longer. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Always remember, of course, Monday Night Raw every Monday. There will be a SplashCast, maybe a 48-pack, or probably a 36-pack. You know, the holidays, people not releasing a ton of music. And then, of course, we'll be back for Saturday, doing Saturday morning live, closing out the season. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Number one, more black baseball, more black. Number 2, more black cowboys and cowgirls. And then number 3, the historically black college university you went to, your cousin went to, your auntie went to, the person used to sit in the back of church, eat candy, and get in trouble. Your mom be like, hey, y'all, stop playing in the back of church. Send some money to their school, their HBCU. Historically black college university in your neighborhood, the one you go to, homecomings, step shows, spring fest, whatever it is. Hopefully you go vote over there too, hell. But send some money over there, support them. And then finally, the greatest learning institution in all the world, D. Hampton University. Please send some money over there. We only ask for $18.68 on behalf of the greatest learning institution ever created. They gave me a degree. They gave Reggie a degree. And if you pay them a large sum of money and do all the schoolwork, they may find it in their heart to give you one too. With that said, we appreciate you guys rocking with us. We love you guys. Adios, mi amigos. Buenos noches. Hasta luego. Domo abagato, whatever that is. Until we see you again, we love you. There go the confetti.
And before we go, Jordan Poole, Lil Robot threw Jordan Poole's shot into the 7th row. After Jordan Poole hit a little shimmy after shaking one of the defenders, he threw his shot into the 7th row.
Right.
All right, man. We love y'all. Peace. We out of here. I'm going to try to get the ATL version out tomorrow, which is just going to be us talking about the Hawks and the Falcons. Other than that, SplashCast, whatever pack, 36 pack coming out Wednesday. This will be out for the